Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'd like to call the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works to order for Tuesday, March 4th, 2025. I'd like to welcome Councillor Chambers, Councillor Sharma, our clerk, Mr. Prinsloo, public service staff who are here and watching online, people in the gallery, people that are watching online and going to be coming online. Councillor Eadie is going to be joining us around probably 10 o'clock. He's involved in a large announcement right now. Before we get into it further, I'd like to do the land acknowledgement that we're on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis, and our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3. So I'll tell you the layout of the day here. We've got lots happening. We've got a fair number of delegations in person and online. We are going to break at noon or 5 to noon. Councillor Sharma has a meeting. We're going to try and do a half hour, maybe 40-minute break. We'll see where we're at. And then we'll keep going through the agenda items. And then at 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, we're taking a break. So I don't know if we're going to get done by 2 or not, but if we don't, we're taking a break from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock. We've got another meeting that we all have to go to across the street. Then we'll come back at 3 o'clock and continue on. So, and I'll say this when Councillor Eadie gets here too. We love questions, but we want to be concise and to the point to the committee members. And we're going to keep everyone presenting on the clock. Okay, so there we go. Councillor Chambers, could I have a motion to have minutes approved from the last meeting, please?
So moved.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay. All right. Now we're going to start with delegations. So, Mr. Clerk.
First up, we have Councillor Mays joining us via Zoom to be heard with respect to no parking on St. Mary's Road between Fermor Avenue and Abenoji Mikana, which is report 11 on our agenda today.
Perfect. Okay. Good morning, Councillor Mays.
Good morning. Good news. I'm just requesting a layover for 1 month. Very good report. Very much pleased with what public service has recommended. They certainly kept me in the loop. So want to say some positive things about Mr. Berezowski and Pat Moore, the staff there. Thank you for the report. But the BIZ has a small piece, the Ultimate BIZ, there's a small overlap between the BIZ zone and the zone that we're talking about here. Essentially the area south of Fermor down to Hull. So BIZ said they hadn't had a chance to take a look at it. They respectfully requested that. I think that makes sense. There's no great urgency to this. So if we can lay it over 1 month, hopefully we'll be back. And very pleased with the report, but I think out of deference to the BIZ, I'll just request a 1 month layover.
All right. Thank you for that. We'll note that when the item comes up on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next.
Next, we have Councillor Duncan, who's here to speak with respect to 3 items, reports 4, 5, and 13.
Perfect. Morning, Councillor Duncan.
Morning, Councillor Lukes. Good morning, committee members. If I may, and I can keep within my time, I would also like to touch on items number 17 and 18. I'll be very brief and concise in my comments as you requested. We'll start with item number 4, which is the Charleston Tuxedo Lindenwoods bus route there. It came to our attention at Assiniboia Community Committee, Councillor Lukes, myself, and Councillor Dobson, that the school charters that Winnipeg Transit had been operating for years and years and years. We don't actually know when it started, but years and years had been or will be canceled, which is the only cancellation of a school bus charter with the new introduction of the spine and feeder routes. We have worked with Pembina Trails and their administration as well as their trustees to try to find creative solutions. They are prepared at this point in time, it's my understanding, I'll let them speak for themselves, but to service this with chartered buses that will come at their expense for this year as the public service looks into how they can best accommodate with a potential new route. So what this is looking at is asking for time to come back in September, I do believe is the date, with a plan on how to connect Lindenwoods to Shaftesbury High School and further to Oak Park High School. You may ask, why are students from Linden Woods going all the way to Oak Park, which is approximately 12 kilometers away, the furthest west extremity of Charleswood? It's the French immersion students that are being transported out there. So I would appreciate support from the committee on that to allow the public service to come back and give us numbers for that. Similar, the Winnipeg West extension out to the Downs Racetrack, also Red River X grounds, and further into the Festival Westport grounds, the future site of the Costco, and lots of multifamily development as a whole, commercial out there and more. Yes, those that are watching at home, that is Winnipeg, that is not Headingley. If you can put yourself at the furthest point of Portage Avenue, you come to the end of your line, and the next thing you know, if you want to get out to the Downs, to the X grounds or further in the future, going to work. Let's make one thing clear. I know people aren't going to buy mass items at Costco in the future and taking them on the bus, most likely, but people need to get to work. You stop before the perimeter, and then best of luck to you as you walk on foot underneath the perimeter, as you have traffic that's coming on the perimeter, usually large 18-wheelers plus, coming around to connect to the #1 highway to take you west to Regina and further. I would ask that the committee also consider this, to have the public service come back in September to tell us just how much that may cost and how that would look in its planning. Obviously, routes and extensions of routes have been advocated across the board throughout the city, and it has shown great benefit for those communities. I would ask that this consideration be given to the Charleston Tuxedo Westwood Ward, as there has been no investment in mass transit when it comes to bus extension routes. It's, as I've been told several times via email and phone call and in person, it's quite sad that there are no bus options in our area. Moving on to item number 13, if I may, is the Wilkes traffic study. This is nothing new to any of these committee members and to our, some of our most senior members on council. It has been a grand total of 5 councillors who have tried to deal with this, starting with Councillor Clement up until his unfortunate passing in 2010, then on to Councillor Havixback, Councillor Morantz, Councillor Klein, and now myself. 5 councillors all have asked the public service and lobbied council members to please address the concerns with traffic on Wilkes. I think we've made the most movement forward here now. I think we're almost there. We need to have this study done to look at 3 options. The option of what could be done at Elmhurst and Wilkes, which I would argue is one of the most dangerous intersections in Winnipeg. I invite you anytime in the winter to come out there after a snowy day and risk your life crossing there. No controlled intersection. Thankfully, we had a reduction of speed there down to 70 kilometers. But as you come down that downslope, would lights help? Yes, but I don't think they would solve the situation. Ideally, as noted in my original motion, I would like to see that intersection closed. That moves us to public services options around introducing a paved surface for Fairmont that would then have a controlled intersection. I'd be more on board with that, but ideally I would like to hear back from the public service on the creation of a temporary road. We could call it William Clement South, which would go from Ridgewood to Wilkes. If you're familiar with the Varsity View Sportsplex there, it would fly just east of that. It doesn't have to be fancy. We're used to ditches. We're used to 2-lane roads. I know that it has to be urban standard for paved surface and whatnot, but looking at options of that, I know that the rail line causes issue there. We're going to hear today from the public service about 30 meters from a rail line. We're going to hear about expropriation to the south. The south owners of land into Wilkes South are all major developers who stand to benefit from this creation of the road, not just from a safety standpoint, for a look into the future to see what Wilkes South and Ridgewood South development, which I believe most of our committee members here approved back in the 2014 cycle of council. So that ideally is what I would like to look at from a safety standpoint, but I'm open to other concessions Elmhurst is not my first. I would like to see Elmhurst closed. If we do look at Fairmont, I do want the public service to address the issue of the flow through traffic from Grant to Wilkes on Fairmont and potentially look at either traffic reduction measures at Ridgewood from Fairmont, so we don't have that fly down, or a closure of Fairmont and Ridgewood to allow for, a dead end street. Again, we're going to get pushback about how does fire get there? How do we make sure it's safe? We have other options that we've looked at. You could put knockdown bollards there. You could put tight turns in there. There's options. I'm interested in seeing what the public service has to say about this. What I don't want to happen is nothing. And then unfortunately, we have to read in the news and I have to deal with it at one day when somebody's seriously injured at one of these intersections because we didn't act soon enough. I'd like your support on that. Madam Chair, if I could just quickly touch on the Chalfont and Shaftesbury. Yes, thank you. Chalfont Road, again, north-south corridor in Charleswood, at the border of Charleswood, just before the Assiniboine Forest. If you can imagine, at the one end, almost at the Assiniboine Park Zoo, it's actually right where we erected the new Welcome to Charleswood sign. I'd encourage you to go check it out. It's beautiful. More to come on that in the spring. There is a beautiful multi-use pathway that runs from Shaftesbury all the way to Chalfont and dead ends. And then there's a beaten trail, which is not uncommon in Charleswood, as we do not have sidewalks there. We love our ditches for now. We are looking to connect on that beaten trail. I don't need the gold standard. I'm just looking for a path that is official in granular status to go from Chalfont and Roblin to Chalfont and Grant to bring us to, most people know the Assiniboine Park sign by the rainbow sign, the pipes that go up to the official entrance of the Assiniboine Forest, which is used by over 180,000 visitors a year. If you can consider that, I know the public service is going to come forward and say, listen, we're going to have to take some trees out there at the extremity of the western border of the forest. I'm okay with that as long as we have a safe route for people so they're not walking on the street. Shaftesbury, a little bit more complicated. It will require the public service to go away, come back, tell us what some options are. Shaftesbury has a boulevard or official sidewalk that runs all the way from the Assiniboine Park down to all of a sudden a dead end at the care home at Shaftesbury and approximately the Hart Trail there. I'm asking for the public service to look at options to bring that across the CN rail to attach to the northeast corner of Shaftesbury, McCreary, and Wilkes, okay? To then attach to the multi-use path in the Seasons of Tuxedo. We had a hearty debate about there. I don't have to rehash that. To have a clear connection in there so the folks that are in Tuxedo can walk safely, not have to scramble across tracks, and make sure that we have proper connections there on both sides of Sterling Lyon Parkway. Those are my comments. Any questions open to at this point? Thank you for your time.
Okay, good, excellent. Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation and delegation this morning. We have a transit master plan. We also have a transportation master plan.
Mhm.
In terms of the transportation master plan and access from the perimeter to the Heavenly area, the Downs and the auto park there. Is there anything in the transportation master plan that talks about the city of Winnipeg eventually increasing transit or any other services to that area?
Yeah, that's a part of the future potential routes. They haven't explored it, to give us a number of how much that would cost to extend that line. Again, it's not a new line. That is our blue line that ends at the perimeter. I get it. For residential purposes, there hasn't been a lot of residential
But there is now.
development.
There is.
Well, there is now, but there's also two key cornerstones to economic growth and economic investment in our city at the Downs and at the X grounds that for whatever reason has not been a priority of council or the city of Winnipeg Transit. I'm not sure why, but I think in today's day and age, when we see people flocking out there all times of year, we have representatives from both organizations that can speak to how much both of those entities have grown and how successful they are in today's day and age, and how they've adapted to their clientele, that what needs they need. You know, I think it kind of makes us look silly that we wouldn't have mass transit connecting to them.
Can I just jump onto your question,
Mhm.
Mr. Chambers? Thank you. Thanks for your presentation, Councillor Duncan. Boy, you're sure loading up this committee.
Sorry about that. I was coming eventually, so.
That's a good thing. I mean, there's needs across the city. Councillor Chambers, correct in saying, so we're launching the primary transit network, as you know, at the end of June.
Yeah.
Which is, first time in history, we're making massive change to the transit system. There are gaps across the city. You noted that Highland Point is one of them. It's a new development in Northwest Winnipeg. There's no transit service there. We were able to get transit service into Aurora, which you did mention. We closed the gap on some neighborhoods.
Yep.
So thanks for highlighting this on the festival route. It's important. We have heard from the department many times around this committee table that following that primary transit network launch, and even now, they are working towards looking at other service gaps. So I'm sure they're fully aware of this. However, it's good also to highlight it. You have, and Councillor Dobson did as well recently in the news. So we'll certainly ask the questions, but the focus has been on the primary network launch.
And I appreciate that. And this is not something that, is going to be coming this year, but when we know the number, and ultimately that's what it's going to come down to, is it the will of council to approve this in the budget, and what is a priority for, residents, whether we continue to invest in mass transit and make sure that we can connect to as many points as we can, including Highland Point. We need to make some tough decisions on where we want to invest and how soon we want to invest. And I think we're going to get some real good reaction on how the new spine and feeder network is going to work. And hopefully the numbers uptick, and hopefully there's a huge demand. And, would it be inconvenient that buses are packed and people are complaining about how busy it is? It would be super inconvenient. But that shows us that, if you build it, they will come.
People do want to be in the festival drive area. There's wonderful daycare there.
Of course, yeah.
Do you know about that? Where's the recreational lands around there?
Yeah.
So it's important.
Yeah. Okay, appreciate
You
that.
have a question about item 3 that you spoke about?
Mhm.
Item 13, pardon me, the traffic study on Wilkes Avenue.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, all of us on this committee, is in particular, Councillor Lukes and I have heard a lot about this particular topic over many years here. So thanks for leading the charge right now. So what you're looking at is for functional design report. There's a cost of about $600,000 to look at the 3 options that would include public consultation. Is that correct?
Yes, the public service has told me that they will go out, present the 3 options, receive feedback, gather that in their report, and then come back to, I believe, this committee to share those. Which then, hopefully, a number would be a little bit more firm at a class 5, and then that could be referred to the budget.
Right, and again, these reports take time.
They do, yeah. Unfortunately, 12 to 18 months by the sound of it. If we could speed that up, I would appreciate it, but I do understand that there's lots of priorities.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good points. Councillor Chambers.
Has there been any mapping done in terms of what, or is that part of this process, in terms of finding out what, how to service that area and eventually what those costs will be?
Sorry, are we in transit or
Transit.
transit? My understanding is there's preliminary ideas of how to do it. The current situation with the chartered transit is a loop through Lindenwoods that then connects to Shaftesbury and further on to Oak Park. My understanding is that transit wants to take this away and make it more of a, how do we serve the entire community as much as we can, but not only that, to connect up to potentially the blue line, to have folks that otherwise would be driving, because hey, I'm the first to admit that folks in Charles would take their car everywhere, for the most part. Not everybody, but for the most part. If we could encourage people to get on a bus and go to work,
Yeah,
I'm on board with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I also see that there's other delegates that will be speaking to this issue as well. So we'll definitely hear from them what they have to say. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and just to sort of summarize that, these two schools, out of all the schools in the city, these two schools are ones that transit in trying to connect to all the schools because there's less transit service
Yeah.
in Charleswood are suffering because of that. So
Yeah.
we'll hear from Pembina Trails. Our goal, I think, is to, I know Council Sharma's got a report coming back for September, is to get these reports, the transit reports coming back September, October, so that they can go into the budget meat grinder and see what comes out the other side. So,
Yeah, well, and to your point, I mean, if this was not the only one community that was affected, there'd be more of an argument to say, hey, listen, you guys got to figure this out. But the accommodation has been made by transit in every other community to have one of their buses go by that particular community and connect to their high schools and junior highs. Not the case here.
and in relation to your connection to Wilkes, I
Yes.
think we all are pretty clear on this, that the William Clement Parkway is sort of down on the list of, occurring after Keniston and
Yeah.
Champaguas. So this interim solution to try and improve connectivity and safety
Yeah,
in a less, not a lesser form, but
Right.
not the elaborate parkway form, I think merits a deep dive.
yeah, and I'll leave this at this because I know you guys have a busy day with delegations in your agenda, but at the end of the day, once we have, Chief is on here, Keniston is a topic conversation. There is gonna have to be a north-south corridor eventually that comes through. And it just so happens that since 1960, we've had a line drawn through Charleswood that has identified that north-south corridor. I'll leave you with that.
Well, we're filling up development in Waverly West and we need to look at these other places to do development in the city versus outside the city. So we're aware of that. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, committee.
Okay, next delegation, please.
Next, we have Councillor Orlikow to be heard with respect to transit service between Linden Woods and Oak Park and Shaftesbury High School, which is report 4.
Thank you, everybody. My will be is, I'm more than happy to leave Councillor Evan Duncan in charge of giving the big preambles. He's getting his vocals going, so I love it. It's good to see him out and representing not Charleswood itself, but actually Linden Woods. It came to our surprise after the consultation and we kind of found out about this from the actual Louis Riel School Division. So I definitely want to thank them for helping us identify this problem. It was not really identified prior till they brought it up. And then once it was, the department and everybody else came on board and said, oops, yeah, we got a problem here. If kids waiting 40 minutes, an hour and a half to get to school, that's just not feasible for the kids in Linden Woods. The transit in Linden Woods has always been a little bit worse than better because it has this looping pattern that goes through it and kicks them out somewhere around a shopping mall. So it's always been difficult, but this is a little more extreme for me. We maybe should be talking to school divisions a little more closely about what happens so we don't have this in the future. But this is an oversight that should be addressed. Is it an oversight about, we need to expand our transit outside the city of Winnipeg or, to the outskirts of the city of Winnipeg? Most of the ones we get are for this. This is actually in a recent community / getting to be a mature community that has been underserved. And this actually continues to underserve it even farther. Shows a little bit of a problem we're having with managing our budgets, where we need to focus our energies. Do we put it into, the Costco's and Red River Complex versus a place like Linden Woods that has been suffering? I don't know the numbers, but again, I'll support the idea of having both go forward. But we need to be focusing on areas that we are supposed to be servicing already. We just haven't, not because of new actions or new developments have happened. So I appreciate Councillor Duncan taking the lead on this, and I appreciate the school division as well. Very supportive of it. I think the communication that we've done together with the school division has been very good. We could have easily attacked each other. I don't know why we would have done that, but in the days that passed, I've seen that where it's not my fault, it's his fault. Trying to shed blame, but we're all taking our piece of it and we're working together to try to make it so those 80, 90 students within Linden Woods are able to get to their schools without standing outside for an hour. So I appreciate the opportunity for at least having the report back. Got some very good communications with the department on it. They have some ideas that I think are very doable, cost effective. So I'm looking forward to getting the report back. Thank you.
Councillor Sharma?
Thank you, Councillor Olico, for your summary and advocacy. There's been changes across the city with all the school divisions, but this one's a bit unique because there is a transfer. Is that correct?
Two transfers.
Two transfers to.
That's right. Yeah. The idea is that when they did their master plan, it was the idea of one transfer. But this one got, because how it sets up, and Councillor Duncan admitted, not admitted, it's correctly shown, that Charleswood, because how it's laid out, and Wilkes has really nothing over on that side, but on this side it does, it just got left out pretty well. So there really wasn't an easy solution to be able to just move a bus over here, so it's only one transfer, because there's no routes that go that way. So that's why it has to be a little more extensive, so we can figure out a way to get those kids from there. And maybe it'll be just timed, do we need it 24/7? I don't know, but come back with that. Maybe it's just at peak times, but we'll go figure all that kind of stuff out.
Yeah, I think the charters are normally to get to school, get home. So during
Yeah.
certain times, yeah. Thank you.
C'est bon?
Okay, that's it. Perfect.
Thank you, everybody.
very
Appreciate
much.
it.
Thank you, Councillor Olico. Okay, next, Mr. Clerk.
Aaron Doleniak, Executive Director, Manitoba Trucking Association, to be heard with respect to Goods Movement Advisory Committee Annual Report, which is Report 14.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As mentioned, my name is Aaron Doleniak. I'm the Executive Director of the Manitoba Trucking Association, and I'm also the Chair of the Goods Movement Advisory Committee, also known as the GMAC. The GMAC includes representatives from all segments of the goods movement sector: rail, air, and road transport. The members of the GMAC recognize that Winnipeg's economy depends heavily on trade, processing, and manufacturing, all of which involve goods movement. Our goal is to provide advice to your committee and other City of Winnipeg officials on decisions that involve or impact goods movement. On behalf of the GMAC, I'm very pleased to support the report provided by the Public Service to your committee. Although there are always more issues to be discussed and more work to be done, the GMAC has improved communications between the goods movement industry and the Department of Public Works. The items discussed to date are documented in the report, and the members of the GMAC appreciate the opportunity for ongoing dialogue. Over the past year, because of the GMAC, three things have become much clearer to its members. First, the city needs to place a higher priority on goods movement in all of its decision-making because of its essential role in Winnipeg's trade-based economy. Second, the city is recognizing the value of consulting with the transportation industry and the private sector in general. As a result, the GMAC looks forward to seeing changes to the city's urban design proposals to minimize their impact on safe and efficient goods movement, including ensuring that vehicle lanes and all truck routes are wide enough to safely accommodate commercial vehicles, ensuring that the Richardson International Airport is always able to operate on a 24/7 basis, and ensuring that commercial traffic to and from all rail intermodal facilities can operate safely and efficiently. Third, the City of Winnipeg needs an economic development strategy to attract investment, increase trade in other jurisdictions, and grow the economy. Safe and efficient goods movement is crucial to the economic development persistence of every city, including Winnipeg. Safe and efficient goods movement is key to attracting investment, promoting trade, and creating jobs. Goods movement is what puts groceries on store shelves, meals in restaurants, parts and materials in factories, and takes Winnipeg products to the outside world. Goods movement maintains our economy and enables it to grow by serving the places where Winnipeggers work and where Winnipeggers are served as customers. On behalf of the Goods Movement Advisory Committee, we look forward to our continuing work with the city, and we ask that you approve the report from the Public Service here today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Do we have any questions or comments? I have some, but if people do or don't. Yeah. Councillor Sharma?
Is this the first report?
This
Yes,
is,
the first annual report. Can you remind us, Aaron, who is on this committee?
so it's co-chaired or vice-chaired by Carly Edmondson from Centerport, Canada. Chris Lawrence is on it as well from Manitoba Heavy Construction. There are representatives from CP, CN, as well as the Winnipeg Airports Authorities. And off the top of my head, I guess Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, UDI. Am I missing somebody? I think that's everybody.
And our public service or
Yes,
director?
the Director of Public Works, Mr. Patman, manager of, don't know his title off the top of my head, but
Oh,
sorry, David.
things.
Yeah, all things. And I do believe the acting CAO as well.
When do those members change? Is it a staggered format or are they staying intact for a while?
I do believe we have a 2-year term, but I believe we are open to adjusting at any time.
I look forward to reviewing this in more detail, but you've signaled to some things we really need to focus in on. So thank you for that, a little summary. And I'd like to have a meeting with you offline as well.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Okay, Councillor Chambers?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation this morning. Just based on the litany of participants in your committee, sounds like a committee that I should meet with. I was appointed to NASCO, the North American Strategic and Competitiveness Office, and it does talk about the movement of goods and services north-south, respecting the NAFTA, the CUSMA, USMCA, all of those treaty agreements that we signed that are no longer in play. But it does sound like it would be interesting to meet with your committee to talk about how we maintain Manitoba and Winnipeg's competitive edge in terms of movement of goods and services throughout the city and internationally, from Canada all the way to the United States. So I will be reaching out to, more of a comment than a question, but I'll be reaching out to you to set something up.
Okay, no, good. You may remember it was Aaron that had come forward with recommendation that we form this committee, and I think it was a good recommendation, right? I participated in a meeting, many discussions with Aaron. I would like you to just articulate recommendation number 1 and why you feel that's important. Regarding that the City Council requests that the province of Manitoba, the Premier's Business and Jobs Council, work with the capital region municipalities, the City of Winnipeg, and business stakeholders. And this actually terrifies me that we have to ask them, but to coordinate the regional planning and investment in highway infrastructure as a key component of Manitoba's economic development strategy and to strengthen interprovincial trade. Do you want to just maybe elaborate on that a bit?
Sure. There are a number of committees, both I'll say civic and provincial in nature, doing a lot of great work. There's a lot going on both municipally and provincially, and there is a great need to coordinate. Just a couple of examples I would say would be, the discussion around Chief Peguis in comparison to the discussion and I'll say design work for the North Perimeter. Those are 2 projects that there really needs to be some really good collaboration and communication. Even just being able to use data that the city has on traffic flow information, what the impact on one would have on the other would go a long way. I think that's a great example, but just to sort of underscore a need to work together for the common goal of removing trade barriers, improving strategic infrastructure.
I know with McGillivray is another one where the province is looking at twinning it and the impact that it has by the Costco area where we're down to single lane, then back to 2 lanes. I know that, the capital region 2050 plan kind of fell off the table and don't want to bring that up, but just that was, for me, it was very frustrating because we worked so long and hard on this, regional plan, right? So, so a letter will go off and Councillor Chambers?
Yeah, so a question, not necessarily you, but through to the chair. The city of Winnipeg has hired a chief construction engineer that will help to manage some of these larger projects. We know that will be involved in the North Winnipeg treatment plant. In terms of, infrastructure projects such as the Chief Peguis Trail and potentially Kenniston, will they have input or collaboration in terms of how these projects are initiated and managed to
Yeah,
through
that's
to
my
fruition?
understanding.
Yeah.
That's my understanding.
So, that person starts April 1st. And so it'd be a good opportunity for collaboration with the city to occur through that role as well.
And I mean, we're talking trade corridors, we're talking, this is the trucking industry. Do you want to just, like, I know you did on CBC, but just today's I find a very distressing day of what's happening in the world, right? The world order is changing, things are changing. I know you have many north-south routes, right? How many north-south routes do you have?
One large one, Highway 75, right? That's probably the busiest border crossing between Detroit, Windsor, and I don't want to say just south of Vancouver there, right? So there's a large, massive land and a large population that's supported by trade at this border crossing.
So do you think, like, if there's less, I mean, there will maybe be less trade, right?
Well, I'll just
Sure,
give you an
so-
example. We're hearing like right now, the price of a highway tractor is in the neighborhood of $250,000. The impact of these tariffs today, approximately $65,000 more on one truck.
No, I mean, we've heard that anecdotally in terms of New Flyer Industries that has operations here in Canada as well as United States. Montreal, I believe it was, ordered buses from New Flyer Industry. Because it crosses the border multiple times, it adds $400,000 per bus to that cost.
Absolutely. About 41% of our industry here in Manitoba is engaged in north-south cross-border trade.
40%?
41%,
41%.
representing more than 12,000 people here in Manitoba.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I look forward to your AGM. I love coming to your AGM and getting a really good overview. I'll send the date to the Public Works Committee if
Yeah.
anyone else wants to come.
When is
It's,
that?
Well,
What is on April 11th?
the National Trucking Association AGM, and then they have their banquet. And it's,
April.
yeah, it's just key, right? And we have, as you guys know, we've got the Transportation Master Plan coming down. So we'll have lots of discussions continuing on that. So we hear you, we don't have freeways, we have to all work together, and sometimes that's hard. Thank you. Thanks for
you.
coming down in person. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, next up.
Garth Rogerson, CEO, Red River Exhibition Association, to be heard with respect to Report 5, which is expanding transit service to Festival Drive.
Excellent. Good morning, sir.
Morning. Thank you so much for having me this morning to speak in support of item 5, which is extending transit service to Festival Drive. In 2009, we began discussions with the city about development of the Red River Exhibition property located at 3977 Portage Avenue within the city of Winnipeg. These discussions took place over a number of years and resulted in City Council approval of Precinct Plan R. This laid out future development plans, including servicing roadways and commercial development. The plan also included permanent transit service, although it was recognized that transit would come when service volumes allowed. Since approval of our precinct plan, we've invested approximately $20 million in property upgrades. So the property is now fully serviced, and Festival Drive was built as a major roadway to service our activities, residential development, and the retail center built to support bus traffic. Festival Drive is now approximately 1.2 kilometers long. And once the development ramps up, we will extend it to Saskatchewan Avenue so it becomes a feeder road, taking the pressure off of surrounding streets. We also have an internal road and active transportation plan that will service future developments to the west of our property, allowing internal traffic circulation, taking the pressure off Portage Avenue. A significant amount of work has already taken place, and we now have 6 apartment buildings and one of the largest daycare facilities in Manitoba. The Costco store is under construction, and we expect further development to take place very soon. Red River Exhibition Facility has also expanded significantly, and in 2025, we'll have 260 event days with everything from consumer shows to corporate events, movie shoots, concerts, industrial shows, sporting events, and our signature events, including the annual Red River X. When coupled with surrounding facilities, businesses, residential areas, there is a significant number of people that access this property each year, and you cannot get to the site safely unless you drive. Transit currently terminates at St. Charles Street, causing a perilous walk along the highway and past highway off-way ramps. Configuration of the overpass of Portage Avenue and the perimeter highway does not allow for any sort of pedestrian path, so you can't even fix this problem. But every day I see dozens of people making that unsafe walk. Every day you will see staff and of the various businesses walking and parents with small children coming to our daycare. So this is an extremely concerning situation. We have asked Manitoba Highways to consider some sort of traffic calming lights on the off ramps, but anything like this is likely a long ways off. Transit service is needed, and we are ready to assist in any way we can. We understand the challenge of bringing transit service into a new area, but we have constructed Festival Drive to support bus service, and we have indicated to Transit that we will partner with them to create a transit terminal to not only park buses, but also charge them if they transition to electric buses. We have also offered to create a free park and ride to not only increase ridership, but to also help reduce traffic on surrounding streets. With planning already underway for future residential areas, now is the time to think of how we can solve traffic and safety problems. Many studies have already been done, including extensive work in this topic by the Winnipeg Metropolitan Region, that have shown that a route extension to Festival Drive would be viable. We understand that ridership must support costs, so we are prepared to come to the table and provide necessary supports and promotion to ensure the service is sustainable. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I'm available at any time for further discussion on how the Red River Exhibition Association can support this initiative. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments from people? Councillor Sharma?
Thank you, Garth, for your summary. I think your Councillor Duncan, set the stage very well with all of his detail. And also hearing from you. So 6 multifamily buildings. You were saying, and the daycare is a very large daycare, award-winning daycare, by the way. It's beautiful. You mentioned that you're willing to come to the table. Can you elaborate on that with supports and?
Right, so we've had many discussions with Transit about, because the challenge, of course, of coming into a new area, you need to park buses. And I know currently they turn onto St. Charles Street and do a U-turn within a church parking lot, which probably isn't the best way to accommodate that. So we're offering land to be able to assist with that turnaround, and also a place to park buses, because if you're going to move to electric, say in the future, you need a place to charge them, which we have the infrastructure to support that, the land to support that, and we're willing to come to the table with financial supports and promotional supports as well to ensure that ridership supports the cost of the service.
Right, excellent. Now, in terms of the ridership, I'm not completely up on this. Of course, folks in that particular area need to get to your site. But what about the Northwest? Because you do offer the recreational amenities.
Right.
And other things. Is there an ask for that as well? Or let's start with the immediate area first.
Well, I think that the development has to take place in order to support transit. So our goal at this point, from my perspective, is that we want to get on the plan, and we're not on the future development plan of transit. So I think that's a key step in ensuring that it's recognized as a future site, and then study can take place to ensure that it's viable. But I think that with the developments that are taking place within Headingley and the pressure that is growing on Portage Avenue, there is a need to consider the future and how we're going to solve a future Portage Avenue challenge. And so transit has to play a role in that, I would think. And so we can support that with a park and ride to start to encourage ridership, particularly to the downtown area. And, land is a challenge, and we're coming to the table with land and the ability to build that.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Chambers?
Yeah, are there any times of the year that is busier than others?
Yes, during the Red River Rex it's a very, very busy time. I think it's on the agenda for today actually to talk about a large event transit. So we do have a service for that comes from the downtown area, and the buses are full the entire time.
During the spring to fall months, is there any constant activity in terms of whether it's races at the Downs, whether it's other activities, festivals that are in Manitowoc?
Right, yeah, so there is, we have, as I mentioned, 260 event days booked, so we have constant events almost every weekend. And I'll let the Assiniboine Downs this year, I'll let them speak to their event, their facility, but we have constant events taking place. And so lack of transit service really is a challenge for us. But I think that there's a broader vision here in terms of allowing the residents of Headingley who work within Winnipeg to access, the downtown area through transit, which really isn't an opportunity at this point. Park and rides are the future. And I think this is a tremendous opportunity for transit to establish a fairly significant park and ride. We have a parking lot that can accommodate 2,000 cars, which we use for 10 days a year. So there's a tremendous opportunity to partner with the city and create the facilities that could not only support the parking of buses, but also, more effective transportation into the downtown area.
In terms of the discussions that you've had with transit, have you ever talked about on-demand services?
Yeah, we've studied this, and Councillor Lukes has been involved in that as well. We've studied this since 2009. We've been working on it almost every year. And there's been quite a few studies done, and as I mentioned, the Winnipeg Metropolitan Region did quite an extensive study. And their study looked at transit going into Headingley, but our focus is more to within Winnipeg, and so that's within our property. But if you look at the future next to us, Rolling River First Nations has a large development plan there with multiple residential buildings and hotels. And directly adjacent to that is Ladco with 1,000 acres. They want to build 10,000 homes there. So the future for Portage Avenue is a little concerning to us because of the traffic volumes are already maxing out that overpass. And I think that, we need to see strategies, including transit, active transportation, and other ways that we can try and lessen the challenges on that street.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Thank you very much, Garth. I don't really think people understand how much goes on at the Red River X. Like it's really kudos to you and your team. You've got a machine out there, and there's so much that goes on, and there's so much economic activity that's stimulated within the city and the province. It's very commendable. You've been at this for a long time. I had to look that up. I sent it to you, right? It was 2011. We were out there saying we need pathways, we need sidewalks, with Mr. Dunn. I don't know if he remembers that as part of the committees there, but yes. So this is great. And you've got space and turnarounds, and you've got a good setup for transit.
But we also recognize that the service has to support the cost of the bus, right? And
Yes.
so that's why we're saying that if it doesn't happen today, let's at least get it on the plan.
Right.
So that we can start that conversation and ensure that the service does support.
Okay, so that's a perfect segue to what I was going to say. So we subsidize transit to, I think it's about 162 million. Is that around what it is? 142 million dollars a year. Okay. So I would suggest that any opportunity you have to talk to whatever federal elected official you have, if we care about the environment and we want to get more cars off the street, we need more transit. We need more buses, but we need more operating costs also. So anytime you're talking to any federal official, besides our funding for the sewer treatment plant, transit, every city is feeling the hit on transit. Our fear here on the Public Works Committee is we do this switch over to get these new routes, like we did in Southwest Winnipeg. People love it, they use it, and then we're back to packed buses and not enough funding to buy buses and operate. So we will study this. We'll put it into the ranking of, optimization and all of that. But if you do have that, because I know you do circulate quite well with levels of government and keep them aware and tune them up on things. So,
And councillors, you know that I'm a realist, right? I understand the cost of things and
Yeah.
how that challenge, but I think our goal, or my goal today, is to get it on the plan, the future plan for transit, so that we can take something to those other authorities and say it is
Exactly.
on the plan,
Yeah.
but we need the funding to be able to support that service.
Yeah.
And then we can list out all the critical reasons why, and really the cost savings, because if we don't have to replace that overpass, if the province doesn't have to replace it in the near future, there's a significant savings there. So the goal really is if we can get it on that long-term plan, transit plan,
yeah.
then that's a great starting point to seeing eventual service
We're
there.
going to ask them to do a plan. We're going to ask them to study it.
That would be fantastic.
All right. And thank you for all you do. I'm a big fan of yours, so thank you.
Thank you. I'm a big fan of you myself.
Love the merry-go-round.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. The next delegation, Mr. Clark.
Darren Dunn, CEO, Manitoba Jockey Club, to be heard with respect to the same item.
I'm having a flashback here of everyone. Good morning, Mr. Dunn.
Good morning. Thanks. I appreciate the opportunity to present. And I think I'm going to shorten a little bit of it. This is going to start to feel like using a sledgehammer to drive in a thumbnail.
At City Hall, sometimes you need to do that.
Well, okay, but well captured already by Councillor Duncan and certainly my neighbor Garth Rogerson there. So just making sure that we're on record in supporting the initiative to consider transit to the west and what we think is important legacy businesses out there that have been there for decades, et cetera, and the explosive new growth commercially and residentially that is underway and will be underway for decades to come. In simple terms, the service addition is going to achieve very important support for our customers, which continues to grow. We have over 250 event days a year, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people that participate at Assiniboia Dance festivals, trade shows, massive facility rentals, concerts, 50 live race days. So 50 home games, actually technically more than the Jets. 3,000 people a day for those, plus or minus, depending on the weather, because we're an outdoor sport. But it continues to grow. Our shift in our live race schedule to early in the week freed up some very important revenue opportunities on the weekends, and we've captured that well, and that continues to have blue sky opportunities. Safety factor has been talked about ad nauseum to some degree, very publicly more recently, which is nice to have it back on the radar. Very, very importantly, again, I've spent a lifetime out there working and supporting Winnipeg and Manitoba in my employment, and can't even begin to imagine even going back to the old days when I was perched literally on top of the building with binoculars in a different sort of employment, of using my throat in a broadcasting way and watching the people cross the perimeter highway at a high traffic situation with no appropriate pedestrian crossing, nor should it have been there, but it only forced people ultimately to the south to Portage Avenue. And I mean, it's incredible that there hasn't been a catastrophic experience. That's probably simply inevitable. And just with the growth of the area and the extra pedestrian traffic that's going to come with it. Quickly on the climate front, you touched on it. It has the potential to take a lot of traffic off the roads and minimize harmful emissions. I think the only other final point I'll say is that we'll participate in any. I've lost count of how many meetings I've sat in on and talked through, and strategies, et cetera, et cetera. It came to a little bit of a halt when COVID struck, but after that, a little bit of silence. It's nice to see that it's active again, and hopefully comes to fruition ultimately with some positive results. I do also point out from just sort of on behalf of the Assiniboia Downs, the northern portion of Racetrack Road, which is also the eastern entrance of Red River X, that was built to bus weight standards in 1999 for the Pan Am Games, and remains as part of the legacy from the Pan Am Games. So incorporating that as part of that route, and maybe a simple turnaround that could be created in our parking lot, where we have also ample room, can park 2,500 cars. There would be the ability to probably, at minimal infrastructure cost, achieve aspects of this. So that's all I really have to say, other than what's already been said, and how supportive we are of some initiative coming forward.
Okay, committee members, Councillor Chambers, you've got a question?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Dunn. How many people does the Downs employ?
Close to 250 on an annual basis. It's seasonal though, so right now we're gearing up for a live race season. We're probably about 130, 135.
So you have,
and we are open 364 days a year. I should point out, open every day but Christmas.
you have wait staff and cooks and other ticket takers and things like that. Would you venture a guess as to how many would utilize bus to attend work?
So the answer right now is minimal. No, it's not zero. We have staff that take that perilous journey. We looked at, should we be shuttling, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, what are our obligations as an employer? And then, it becomes a little cost prohibitive, and balancing safety and wanting to attract and to maintain staff. But maintaining staff is very difficult in that regard. There are levels, and just being perfectly frank and honest, whether it is concessions or entry-level jobs. Well, students, we have a lot of students that work for us. Our season dovetails perfectly with a university season. But outside of that, being open year-round, security, food and beverage at maybe the entry level, housekeeping, et cetera, people that don't have the means to own a vehicle, or maybe don't even want to own a vehicle. It's very difficult at times to be able to get and retain staff. So it's customer certainly customers first, but attraction and retention of employees is very, very important, and we think this would assist.
And so this would help in terms of attraction and potentially retention of staff. We're finding it difficult to get to work because there's no transit.
That's 100% accurate. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, yeah, I've been to your events, some of your events, amazing events. I know Manitoba Heavy does a big event out there. Spectacular food, buffet.
On record, we love Manitoba Heavy.
And thank you for all your work that you've done out there. You've kept it going. You've made it go even higher than anticipated, and love reading about you in the paper and all your challenges and opportunities.
Yeah, yes, less icebergs in the ocean is better, and this would be one that would be nice to maneuver around in a successful way. So thank you for the kind words. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank
Hope
you.
your son is enjoying his job.
Yes, my son on the record here again is first year with Winnipeg Police Service, so it's been an adventure. It's interesting, and he's proud to serve, and we're extremely proud parents to have him.
So you
And
should.
thank you, and you were kind to spend some time with him at his graduation.
My pleasure.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay. All right, Mr. Clerk, next up.
Next via Zoom, we have Max Schreckenbach to be heard in support of items 3 and 16 and in opposition to report 7.
Okay, great. Welcome back, Matt.
Good morning. I'm just going to share my screen here and then got a presentation
Okay.
whenever that decides to go. So you guys can all see that presentation?
Fantastic. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Because you got a big agenda, so then I'm going to jump right in. Yeah, my name is Max, and I'm here to speak to a couple items: the primary transit network infrastructure, the pedestrian scramble pilot, and the Chief Peguis Trail extension. So the first thing is the primary transit network infrastructure and routing launches there. Really excited to see this on the agenda. Always excited to see this. Looking forward to that happening at the end of June. And I know as delegates, we're not really here supposed to ask questions, so I'm just going to put it out there as a thought. I'm wondering if thought has been given in light of the reduction in scope for the transit garage to apply for this Canada Public Transit Fund. The second thing I want to talk about is this pedestrian scramble pilot. Now, I'm very pleased to see some movement on this, to see that this is still happening. I first experienced a pedestrian scramble probably 10 or 15 years ago when the town of Banff introduced them and we were there for the summer, and I just loved it. It's great because you're not worried about, a turning car, somebody blowing a yellow. You can just cross the street comfortably, which should kind of be a bare minimum, but is not, unfortunately, always the case at a lot of our intersections. I do have a few suggestions based on my reading of the report, how I think this could be improved. What I understood from the report is that they're only going to change the light timings and the pedestrian signals. I may be mistaken. So I would suggest just giving it a bit more of a visual treatment here. For example, one of these diagonal crossing OK signs, as you see in the top right here, or, some painted X crosswalks, even if we don't have, the curb cuts as well, or potentially, a full painting of the intersection, just to give that visual cue to people who maybe don't read as many city reports as I or some other people do, to give them that idea of, hey, there's something different about this crossing, about this intersection, and also to just liven up the streetscape a little bit. The other thing I would suggest is, so I was looking at the report and then I looked at where these intersections are, and they are all super close together on the short list. The star is the recommended intersection, and then these 3 circles are the other intersections on that short list prepared by the public service. And as you can see, they're all, 2-3 blocks apart at most. So I'm wondering, why not just pilot all of these instead of just having one pedestrian scramble intersections? You'd have the makings of a genuine pedestrian district here. And, what better place for that than the Exchange District? In a similar vein, with these costs that are so low, in the report it said, less than $1,000, why not also trial one in Osborne Village? I mean, that's where the energy for this came from. They really wanted to see that, and it doesn't need to be for a full year, but I mean, for $1,000, why not even do it for a week or a month in Osborne Village? The third thing I want to talk about, and I am in opposition to this one, is this Chief Peguis Trail extension. When I looked at this report, there's so many things here that, quite frankly, left me scratching my head. I wasn't even sure where to start. And then I figured, we have an $8 billion infrastructure deficit. The fact that we're considering anything new just, quite frankly, boggles my mind. If your house, the roof is leaking, you're not going to remodel the bathroom, and yet here we are. The other thing, my first other major point on this is about investments. We often hear that our roads, our transportation infrastructure is an investment. And so what is an investment? The most succinct definition that I could find is a commitment of resources to achieve later benefits. However, in our conversation of, road and transportation infrastructure as an investment, we rarely, in my opinion, talk about whether or not it's actually a good investment or a bad investment. So what is a good investment? A good investment is one where the initial cost is less than the value over time relative to the risk. And a bad investment is the opposite, where the initial cost is greater than or equal to the value of time relative to the risk. And so what does the report say when it comes to the value over time? Well, it tells us right there on page 63, and I quote, "The current model projects a $1.83 billion municipal financial surplus after 75 years across all operating entities. This amounts to less than 1 year's worth of total consolidated revenue the city received in 2023. So while the surplus is projected, it is likely insufficient to help significantly address infrastructure or servicing needs in other regions of Winnipeg." What about the second variable, risk? This is also a high-risk investment. Again, quoting the report, "This financial analysis is highly sensitive to the assumed rate of increase in property tax. The current rate of 3.5% as set by council is assumed. A ratio of 2.8% is the minimum viable rate to break even after 75 years, as increases below this will result in a deficit. Between 1990 and 2023, property taxes have increased at a compound annual growth rate of 1.98%, which would be insufficient to financially sustain the development under consideration." I mean, that right there should be enough to tell us that this is not worth doing. But even let's go one step further and compare this to a regular investment tool, bonds. Assuming a conservative interest rate of 3%, we would have gotten our initial investment back in interest in 24 years instead of 75 at virtually zero risk, and we would get our principal back. However, even not only does the report tell us that this is a bad investment, even this best case scenario rests on a series of flawed and I would argue irresponsible assumptions. The first of which is that 100% of all new land development revenue, and I quote again here, in precincts A, B, and D accruing to the 3 levels of government are devoted entirely to paying for this Chief Peguis Trail extension. So based on that assumption, I'm going to assume that all these houses are going to front directly onto Chief Peguis because we're obviously not going to pay for local and regional roads through our property taxes because they're all going to go to this road. Likewise, I'm going to assume that they will not be calling our fire department. They'll never need a police response, that they won't be using our libraries, that they won't swim in our pools or want any kind of recreational programming. All things paid for by our property taxes. I could go on with this list of examples, but I think the point is fairly clear. The second assumption, which I'd already touched on, is this assumed rate of tax increases, which does not match what they have been historically, at least as long as I've been alive. And even this doesn't factor in maintenance and road replacement costs. And the third is this assumption of support from other levels of government. We know that the feds have said they will not invest in new large road projects, and in my book, $900 million certainly counts as a new large road project. In addition, both the province at nearly $1.5 billion and the federal government at over $60 billion are currently running massive deficits. And all of this is still our own taxpayers' money. And finally, just to wrap up, I want to touch on opportunity costs. Even if this best case scenario happens in terms of financing and we get funding from other levels of government, what else could this money be used for? What about transit? I'd already touched on the fact that we approved this wonderful primary transit network, and then the very next report that came forward, we cut the size of the transit garage. We also have this, I think it's fantastic, long-term rapid transit network plan, and that is, to the best of my knowledge, completely unfunded. And we know from various reports that investing in transit returns us somewhere between 3 and 8 times what we invest. What about parks? Tomorrow at Community Services, there's a report detailing parks and what condition they're in, and a number of our parks are in poor or very poor condition. We could fix every single one of them for $114 million. What about arts and community grants? Last year in the summer, there was a big debate around cutting the community grant program. How much money were we talking about? $2 million. This year, there was a lot of debate during budget time around community connection space. Again, how much are we talking about? $600,000. I'll just leave you with this thought. No one lives in a city for the roads. I've never met anyone that told me, yes, I'm from Toronto, home of the Gardiner Expressway. Yes, I live in Houston, home of the Katy Freeway. Likewise, nobody's going to say, I come from Winnipeg, where we've got Chief Peguis Trail. People identify with the city for its history, its culture, its art. Let's invest in the things that matter and that build our city. Thanks for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Max. Thank you for your presentation. You always do a good, tight presentation. I really appreciate it. Do we have any questions or comments from the committee? Councillor Chambers.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. All worthy points to be considered, but over the last 3 years, population size of our city has grown by about 71,000 people. And it is important to consider future growth of our city as we're rapidly moving towards a city of 1 million people population, likely by 2030 or shortly after that. And so it is important to have that vision in terms of how we continue to move goods and services around our city. So the Chief Peguis Trail is a classic example of how we continue to move goods and services around our city, creating that inner ring road. The widening of Kenaston to accommodate that as well, recognizing that Kenaston is also, there's a lot of sewer work that needs to be done there, and then the widening of the bridge over the Assiniboine River, further north on Kenaston there, Route 90. So again, recognizing the fact that our city's growing, not from a population standpoint as well as from a geographical standpoint, we definitely need to look at how goods and services are moved around the city. So Chief Peguis Trail, being part of that discussion is necessary. You talked about the funding for arts and the funding for different amenities within our city, but again, we need to get people around our city. So with your report or with your opposition to Chief Peguis Trail, how would you look at the growth of our city and consider how we move goods and services around and again, looking at the tight economic times we're currently in and the uncertainty, we need to make sure that things remain affordable and that we are looking at increasing trade, especially within Canada, interprovincially.
Absolutely. We are a trade hub. We were built on the railroads. We're on a river. There's the Port of Churchill. All of those things are absolutely true, but I don't think any of those things tell us that we need Chief Peguis Trail. The province is spending billions, if not tens of billions, upgrading the perimeter to full freeway status. We've got Centerport Way that ties in directly to the perimeter. I really don't see this need for Chief Peguis. And even with that, the main argument in the report for Chief Peguis is that it'll give us this housing development and everything else in that northwest corner. So I quite frankly flat out disagree that Chief Peguis isn't necessary either for goods or for housing development, but especially for goods. You've got the perimeter and Centerport Canada Way really right in that corner of the city. So
yeah, but we also need to move goods for local businesses in the city, and they're not necessarily coming in from Highway 75 or from Highway 1 or what have you, but we need to keep those goods and services moving around, which is why the inner ring road would be a great option in terms of keeping service vehicles or delivery vehicles off of the perimeter highway, and keeping that focus for semi trucks and other larger vehicles that deliver goods and services.
Yeah. Local goods movement definitely needs to happen. So let's invest in transit to take more cars off the road, freeing up space for our delivery trucks.
Okay, are there any other questions from committee members? I just want to make a couple comments here, Max, on your presentation here. I just lost it now. I'll pull it up. Okay, I just wanted to, we'll double check with transit. It's my understanding that because we received funding for the garage through one fund, the ISIP fund, that we can't double up with the public transit fund. I'm not sure, but we'll double check with transit. They're gonna come back in, I believe, 2 months or so with a new garage plan, but you know, as we see, lots can happen in 2 months. Our goal, everyone on council, is to get that big garage. So it's not built yet. It's not a done deal. Let's just keep hoping, okay? We'll keep hoping and we'll be working with our federal representatives and our provincial. Pedestrian scramble, you can listen in later today. Good point about those other ones in the neighborhood. I don't see anyone from the Exchange District here, Mr. Pensato, to speak to this, but I did want to point out that the scramble that we're proposing, or that's being proposed, is not a diagonal scramble in this first pilot because of accessibility requirements. We're going to do the scramble and shut every intersection down while pedestrians cross from existing light to light, okay? I think I saw a figure floating around, and it might be in the report, that it was another 360,000 to do the diagonal infrastructure changes. But I will bring up the other points. I mean, it's $1,000 for signage. I like the idea. We'll see what the department has to say about it, okay? So good points, good map. We love that. Agree totally on the painting and making it more identifiable. I love paint. We bought a new paint machine, so we'll be painting more. That's positive. And I encourage you to, in regards to Chief Peguis, we've got Manitoba Heavy Construction, who's going to probably, I'm sure, speak to Chief Peguis. I don't know if that's what they're registered to speak to or not. We're also going to waive the rules. Hopefully committee will approve that. We've got Centerport here today to speak to Chief Peguis. And we've also got our Economic Development Department representative here today. So you brought up some really good points. There's a lot of good points on these big expansions. Nothing's going to be done because we don't have any money for it right now anyway. So, you know, there'll be a lot of time to debate and talk about this, but you brought up really good points. Again, I really appreciate your perspective when you come to committee and your presentations. You're succinct and to the point. I love it. So thank you very much for showing up, and I encourage you to listen in.
Well, thanks so much for the kind words.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Have a good day. Our next delegation, Mr. Clerk, is
Mr. Chris Lawrence, President and
here
CEO
we
of
go.
Manitoba Heavy Construction Association, to be heard in support of 2 items, report 7 and 14.
14. Okay. And I want to ask questions on 14.
Who's responsible for doing the drum roll?
Well, you know what? No, let's keep moving here. 10 minutes, former City Councilor of Public Works.
Morning, Councillor Lukes and members of the committee. Debate is always good. It's healthy, provides a forum for the exchange of approaches. Let me first speak to the Goods Movement Advisory Council recommendation, which I hope is self-evident for everyone. We've gone through a tortuous debate through WMR on the imperatives and the need for an economic strategy for the Capital Region 2050. And sadly, in my perspective, the provincial government has interrupted what is obviously a necessity. You have to have a regional economic development strategy if you have any hope of competing in the domestic, continental, or global market, and particularly so with the advent of Trump's ridiculous tariffs on this country and his attack on our economic resilience and therefore social stability. So the observation that's made in the GMAC recommendation is, please let's stop this silo review of transportation. Let's ensure that in phase 2 of the Premier's Business and Jobs Council, there is a recognition of the work already done and the recommendations that have already emanated from those distinct silos. Let's see what we can learn that is common from those reports and those recommendations, and ensure that as that council works its way forward, it has that holistic big picture review. For example, the WMR's Transportation Driving Growth Report in 2016 didn't focus on narrow, it focused on big picture. And what was unique about that report is that all 18 municipalities, including the city of Winnipeg, said to the provincial government a number of messages. Number one, we need that regional transportation strategy. Number two, we are prepared to put on a back burner some of our priorities in order to get this regional transportation system going. Number three, the transportation report is called Transportation Driving Growth because there was an inherent recognition that investment, not spending on, investment in transportation enables growth. And so the land use planning was complementary to, not in conflict with transportation. And the report as well talked about the importance of ensuring that there is equitable and equal access to all modes of transportation, not just road transit or not just road surface transportation. So it's asking council to remind the province of that body of work and to ask the province, and specifically the Premier's Council, to be mindful of that as it ventures into its second phase of work. So I think it's a report that makes common sense, and it's a report whose recommendation I believe is worthy of support. I do want to add my words of support for the comments that were made by Aaron Dolinick, who is co-chair of GMAC, and as well thank administration for the supportive work that they have provided, the research that they've undertaken as the GMAC committee has done its work. So those are my comments on GMAC. You want me to just continue into the next?
Continue on.
There's lots to be said about Chief Peguis Trail. 10 minutes isn't sufficient. Let me just remind councillors of some history. In the mid-70s, the Watts report recommended to council that there be an investment long-term strategy investing in transportation that would have harnessed an inner ring road and would have harnessed the use of freeways for the purposes of accommodating anticipated growth. It went through a public process at council. It was then reviewed by the provincial government. There were differing views as between the provincial and City of Winnipeg governments at the time, and that report was tubed. An end product of that was the shuffling of traffic through Portage and Main. An outcome of that was the closure of Portage and Main. An outcome of that is now the reopening of Portage and Main. An outcome of that is congestion in the City of Winnipeg. An outcome of that is we are now trying to catch up and reinvent a transportation system that could have been adopted as far back as 1974, but wasn't. And so we're paying the price for that failure of vision in 1974. Contrast that with the decision that council made in investing in the aqueduct. Those individuals were quite courageous in their time. They lost, many of them, subsequent elections because of the hue and cry. Duff Roblin saw the vision and the importance of the floodway. You remember, maybe I do, I remember certainly the debate about the merits of whether or not we should proceed with the floodway. Chief Peguis Trail is one of those assets that may not give you that instant return, but without it, there are certain things that are certain. Chief among them is that the 1.9 million daily and growing users of transportation in that area will continue to be inconvenienced. They will continue to add increasing amounts of GHG emissions. They will continue to add pressure on streets in the northwest quadrant of the City of Winnipeg that were never designed to carry the weights and the volumes of traffic that they carry now. There will be a disproportionate and an acceleration depreciation and an accelerated requirement to maintain, rehabilitate, and replace streets like McPhillips and Route 90 and Main Street and Leela and Partridge. Pick your street, Keewatin. They all carry more traffic than they were ever designed to carry. Now, with Trump's tariffs, there has been a fairly consistent and uniform response by Canadians right across the country, whether government, opinion leaders, economists, individuals involved in commerce, manufacturing, and exporting. And the four themes that seem to have emerged in response to what we need to do as a country are the following. First, we need to get rid of internal trade barriers. What is it about this country that we are quite happy to sign free trade agreements with jurisdictions across the pond south of the 49th, but we have internal trade barriers in our own country? Let's get rid of that. Let's free up the ability of the economy to become internally more resilient. Secondly, given that the relations with the United States are, because of Trump, forever changed, let's ensure that we enhance our utility and use of existing free trade agreements with existing partnering countries and expand that list of free trade agreements both within existing and new jurisdictions. Third, let's ensure that we can invest in our assets, whether rail, marine, pipe, airport, North Churchill, east or west, so that we can get our product to and from market, so that we are not dependent on the United States for our exports. 76% of our exports go to the United States. We can't afford that anymore. The relationship is different. I doubt very much, sadly, that it'll ever return to what it was. And lastly, in order to achieve that economic resiliency and try to restore growth and preserve jobs and continue trade, we need to have trade gateways and corridors. So what if I'm manufacturing a widget? So what if I'm mining potash? So what if I have grain that I wish to export? If I don't have the means with which to move it cost effectively and efficiently in a multimodal, seamless transportation network. So again, it's not building for the sake of building. That is not who we are as an industry. That is not who we are as an association. And that is not who you are as a council. It's to invest in those assets over a long-term period to ensure that we can preserve what we have and build upon what we have. And taking this very narrow view that, oh, it's a road, let's focus on public transit, we can rid ourselves of these problems by transit, respectfully, is an incomplete assessment of the challenge that we face. So I encourage you to be mindful, and I've given you a presentation with some details. One of the solutions that the premiers adopted unanimously in this city a year ago was the notion of a Canada Trade Infrastructure Plan that identifies and speaks to the criteria that are necessary to review in the context of investing in trade gateways and corridors that build the nation. So if you take a look at the assets that Winnipeg needs in order to participate in growth and see the return, Centerport Canada Way cost $225 million. Today, there is more than 1.5 billion, that's with a B, private sector dollars invested in Rosser.
2 minutes.
There is now an extension into Centerport south of sewer and water. That will generate roughly the same amount of private sector investment. The use of Centerport Canada Way has already far outstripped what was originally intended or estimated to be the use of Centerport Canada Way. So you have to look at the whole picture. You can't look at individual slices, and because this particular part of the puzzle doesn't give you the same return as the other parts of the puzzle, therefore this part of the puzzle is not worthy of our investment. Where would we be as a country if our forefathers didn't think about the CP mainline or the St. Lawrence Seaway or the aqueduct? I mean, pick your area of investment that was visionary in scope and contrast that to decisions that have been made by far too many governments over far too many instances where it was the short and narrow, not broad and visionary, that have created an inherited series of problems. You're being asked to allow the departments to do evaluation. Allow them to do the evaluation. Enable yourself with the full and complete information upon which then to make a decision. Ensure that as part of your discussions, you push the federal government, as it has been pushed by premiers, to support the Canada Trade Infrastructure Plan to build our country.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Councillor Sharma?
Thank you, Chris, for your presentation. You've spoken on this topic many, many times. I remember, it was around 2013 when I and other councillors moved to accelerate the preliminary and functional design. You were there at that point, standing shoulder to shoulder with many of us. And I agree. I mean, the next step is getting this value for money assessment. You've put on the record once again the economic benefits, the issues around the local streets that were never designed for the load that they're carrying now. There's climate considerations, so thank you for all that we've put on the record again today and for your summary. It's a good report, very comprehensive report that many public servants have worked on, in particular Matt Driver from our Economic Development Office, and a lot of good information there for the public. And I look forward to the discussions later today.
Thank you.
Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, and thank you for your presentation. More of a comment than a question. But you highlighted the point that I was trying to make earlier with the fact that Winnipeg is growing, our population is growing, projected to reach 1 million people population 2030 or sometime shortly after that. And it is about visionary planning to accommodate the growth of our city. And so great point that you've made in terms of referencing the other infrastructure projects that took place. They were visionary and they served a function. So thank you.
Thank you.
And welcome, Councillor Eady, from your water and waste announcement. Good work. I'm reading the press release now. Good, good. Okay, so you have a question now for Councillor or for Councillor Mr. Lawrence. Yes.
It's a long time ago. Anyway,
Not that long.
33 years.
33 years ago. A little more than half my life ago.
You're dating.
Whole life ago.
I could date you even further back in the 70s when you were emceeing the Polish
Yes.
pavilion. Anyway, Chris, you mentioned Nupik, the North End Water Pollution Control Center and its effect. And you also noted the expansion. I mean, the road helped expand Centerport North, but you know, you didn't really mention that actually the sewage treatment coming out of there is actually being processed at Nupik. You didn't mention that, but that was also a very important part of the growth of the city and also the growth of the metro region's economy. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I missed part of your presentation. Right now, Nupik is our #1 infrastructure project. So you were suggesting that the federal level or whatever was looking at a trade infrastructure program?
The Council of the Federation, previous Council of the Federation in July last year unanimously adopted a proposed Canada Trade Infrastructure Plan that was championed by 6 or 7 national organizations of which we were part. They have since systematically and consistently pressed the federal government to launch that program, which is designed to nation build, designed to equip the country with trade gateways and corridors so that we can continue our global trade profile, so that we can repair a falling reputation of being a reliable supply chain partner. We went from 9th in 2009 to 32nd in 2019 behind Azerbaijan. That's not good news.
Thanks for it.
So I have a couple questions. So thank you for your presentation. And I'm going to assume, but I'm pretty confident you're speaking to the province about the regional larger master plan and discussions on that.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, we are.
to the minister. Okay. And thank you for your big picture presentation. Sometimes it's really hard, you know, for people, for councillors, when you're living in the bubble of the city to really look big picture. I had that opportunity at a recent conference. I'm very concerned, as I'm sure you are, and I'm glad Centerport's here today. We're going to hear from Centerport of how our transportation network, our system, our routing will be changing. Inevitably, there's going to be some sort of fundamental change. And coast to coast to coast is really being more profiled. And this project, the Chief Peguis, is it's a Winnipeg project, but it's part of a much bigger project. When I think of it as a Winnipeg project, I think of the just the housing and the growth of our city alone, like regardless of whatever falls out on immigration with whatever government comes into power, we still need immigration to grow. When I look, and we got Pembina Trails here who'll vouch for this 150%. When we look at the growth of 5,000 people in the Waverly West area, if we didn't have that area, I don't know where they wouldn't be here. They'd be either in the capital region or they'd be gone. This, from a city perspective, does open up a lot of land that will be generating taxes for the city. So it's a smaller picture of what's gonna happen, but we will still be growing through immigration and we will still people will need to go somewhere.
Councillor, the city in recent years, within the last number of decades, has made decisions that have been visionary in impact. In 2008, council adopted unanimously the Mayor's Trade Council report. It was in April and May of 2008. That report is the genesis of Centerport Canada. Without that report, without council's vision, without council embracing the notion and accepting that we could re-engineer and repeat history in the sense that we can and should play a far more prominent role in regional, domestic, continental, and global trade, that $1.5 billion would have been parked somewhere else. That economic benefit emerging from that $1.5 billion would have been somewhere else. That Centerport Canada Way, yes, it might have been spent on a variety of things, but it would not have given us that economic magnet that is attracting investment. We wouldn't have the current construction of the rail park, which will be the most modern facility in the country. We wouldn't have that if we took very narrow sort of perspectives. So council is to be commended in 2008 for supporting that report. I had the privilege of chairing it. Premier Dewar, to his great credit, saw the wisdom of the recommendations in that report and had the political courage and leadership to bring the parties together. He was followed by Premier Selinger and then Stephenson and now Canoe. Those premiers that I've identified got the big picture. And we need to be looking at big picture decisions, not just, the little pebble that's in my sock at the present time. And I get the issue of funding. And I quite understand that whether it's NUPIC or the extension of Chief Peguis, you can't go it alone. And that's why the discussions about a Chief Economic Development Officer, a new fiscal deal, and all the rest of that, because you've reached a point where you're saturating what your realty taxes are able to fund.
And I didn't point this out to Max, and I hope he's still listening, but one of the things that I'd encourage him to do, and a lot of people, is we're now going to be starting public discussions on infill, as of right, infill. And I am hoping, because I've had a lot of backlash about Waverly West and sprawl or continuous development, whatever you want to call it. And I think I've been hearing it with Chief Peguis also, that it just opens up. But I encourage, we have to have a balance of both. And I encourage people to reach out to counselors. There's some counselors that aren't crazy about this infill and fourplex, twoplex, threeplex. It's really important. It's just as important as allowing development in greenfields, which Chief Peguis will open up, and to allow development on many existing services that we have already. So a lot of discussions underway, lots of drama. Thank you for being part of it and bringing your wisdom to the table.
I hope I've constructively contributed to the drama.
Well, you know what? It's lots of perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Mr.
Councillor.
Lawrence.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Who is up next, Mr. Clerk?
Next, I have a group of 4 individuals, Shelley Amos, Cindy Noctegal,
Yes.
Craig Stolke, and Troy Scott.
Pembina Trails.
Yes, to be heard with respect to Lindenwoods and Oak Park and Shaftesbury High School transit service, which is report 4.
Okay, report 4. And we've got Mr. Troy Scott at the end of the table. Good morning. Welcome to City Hall. And have you been here before?
This is my first time here, so
Okay,
I had to get some
great.
directions to get up here, but I'm happy to be here.
Okay, thanks
Yeah.
for coming.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and good morning to the Standing Committee for Public Works. I'm pleased to be here on behalf of Pembina Trails, and I'm thankful for ongoing collaboration with Councillors Lukes, Duncan, and Orlico on our shared initiatives in Pembina Trails School Division and the 18,000 students that we have in the southwest corner of Pembina and growing fast, as you said. My name is Troy Scott, Assistant Superintendent of Personnel and Education Services for Pembina Trails, and I'm honored to be here on behalf of Shelley Amos and our Chairman of the Board as well, Cindy Noctegal, who is here to express strong support for Councillor Duncan's proposed motion for Winnipeg Transit Service from Linden Woods to Charleswood. I've been asked to speak on this matter. It's a key part of my portfolio in terms of managing transportation, enrollment projections, and school catchments. Those unfamiliar with Pembina Trails, as I said, there's 18,000 students and growing, and we continue to grow by about 4 to 5% annually, in large part due to Waverly West and Pembina Highway developments. That's an increase of 700 to 800 students a year, or the size of a really large K-8 school. Our division was established in 2002 through the amalgamation of Assiniboine South and Fort Garry school divisions and is located in the southwest of Winnipeg and includes lots of communities that you're all well aware of, like Charleswood, Tuxedo, Fort Garry, Linden Woods, White Ridge, Waverly Heights, Fort Garry, and Waverly West. Transportation from Linden Woods to Shaftesbury and Oak Park became a pressing concern for us in the summer of 2024 when we learned of the city's 2025 transit master plan that would eliminate all special transit charters to high school citywide effective September 2025. This decision directly impacts 2 special charters servicing approximately 180 English program students that go from Linden Woods to Shaftesbury, and it impacts approximately 45 French immersion students that go from Linden Woods to Oak Park. So that's a total of about 175 students using public transport daily and are currently using them right now. This service has been in place for at least 30 years, a fact that I can personally attest to, as a good friend of mine who graduated from Shaftesbury in 1995 when I was talking to him said they used this particular special service to go from Linden Woods to Shaftesbury. Upon learning of this impending cancellation, we examined the Navigo app and found that under the current system and potentially the 2025 master plan, travel from Linden Woods to Oak Park would require 2 transfers and approximately 80 to 90 minutes to get to Oak Park. While travel to Shaftesbury would take 2 transfers in roughly 50 to 60 minutes, and that's it's completely variable depending on the length of wait between those transfers. So this issue arises from transit routing, which forces students for the most part to travel northeast to Confusion Corner before backtracking west down either Grant or Corden to get into Charleswood. Understanding the significant implications of this, we met with Councillors Orlico, Lukes, and Duncan in early October 2024 to voice our concerns. In response, we reconvened on November the 26th with additional attendance from Councillor Vivian Santos and 2 transit planners. During this meeting, we received confirmation that all special transit charters for Winnipeg high schools would be cancelled as of September 2025. Furthermore, we learned that under the 2025 Transit Master Plan, Shaftesbury and Oak Park would be the only 2 schools in Winnipeg requiring 2 transfers from an in-catchment location to the school. So the only 2 schools. Since that time, we've been working closely with Councillors Orlico, Lukes, and Duncan to find a solution. Councillor Duncan in particular has worked tirelessly to address this issue, which is reflected in this motion today. Understanding that an immediate solution is not feasible for September 2025, the Pembina Trails School Board passed a motion in January to provide school bus service from Linden Woods to Shaftesbury and Oak Park for 1 year. This temporary measure was designed to give the city time and transit the necessary time to implement a permanent solution. So we're here today to voice our full support of this motion, which would establish a reliable, safe transit connection for up to 200 students on a daily basis. And beyond benefiting students, this route could instill early awareness of the importance of public transit, help reduce congestion at schools, which has been discussed. Congestion on the road seems to be a theme this morning, and support the city's broader goals of reducing single vehicle traffic. Additionally, this link would enhance connections between Charleswood and businesses in Kenaston, between Charleswood and the businesses in the Kenaston, McGilvery area, and even Waverly West, depending on the final route design. So on behalf of the nearly 200 Pembina Trails families and the Linden Woods community whom rely on this service on a daily basis, we strongly urge council to approve this motion. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the dedication of transit executives Bjorn Radstrom and Kevin Sturgeon, whose support has been invaluable. And of course, I extend on behalf of Pembina Trails our deepest appreciation to councillors Duncan, Lukes, and Orlico and Santos for their ongoing engagement, advocacy, and efforts to find a meaningful solution. They say it takes a village to raise a child. In this case, we can add that it takes a village to safely and reliably transport our students to school. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Troy. Thank you. Committee members, do we have any questions? I think we've heard from Councillor Duncan and understand it. So I would like to thank you. I'd like to thank Pembina Trails very much for going the route of hiring outside services to move these children. As you heard in some of our meetings, what that does is it allows us to use the city transit buses and optimize them even more. So you doing that is a benefit to all Winnipeggers because it allows those buses to be optimized to a much greater extent than just picking up and moving. So that is huge. I want to acknowledge you for that, and to the board, to the divisions, to whoever made that decision, that we really appreciate that. You've heard that, transit is, it's, I guess, financially strapped, that we subsidize it heavily. And we have a lot of people taking the buses, and I just really want to thank you for that, okay? And I want to just kind of lay out the process. What's going to happen is they'll come back in September, October with a report saying, basically, here's the routes. They'll probably talk to you in between now and then. Here's the routes. Here's the price tag. And then what will happen is it will go into the budget process and a decision will be made probably January-ish. And then
Councillor Lukes, we need to have a discussion first with the department. Because you're saying that's going to happen.
Yeah, well, we'll discuss it at the committee, but I'm pretty optimistic the committee will move this forward. But the process, and we can talk about the process more in further detail, but you're right. Transit is, as you've seen, it's a matrix of layers of bus drivers and schedules and shifts and times and peak times and down times. And so Bjorn and Mr. Sturgeon are just fantastic working away at organizing our transit system. So we will committee discuss it further. We'll look at other areas of the city and it'll have to be prioritized at some point come budget. But thanks for working with transit as well and discussing this nonstop with the committee, councillors and everyone involved.
Yeah, thank you. I feel like I've been dreaming about this for the last 6 months, and I just want to thank our board has taken this on and is taking on that cost. But I think it was Councilor Orlico who said it feels like a partnership. We could have been arguing about it, but I think we're working for the common greater good of the kids and in Pembina Trails School Division, and that feels good. So I appreciate
No,
this.
it does. And you're a very growing division. So, and you got a new school coming. And we're going to talk about access points and drop-offs and pickups because I think it's going really good at Bison Run in there. And we need to talk, that's a big point of discussion. I'll send you an email on that.
Can't wait.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for sitting here and having a little insight into the Public Works Committee today. We've presented at many committees, many times at Pembina Trails. Thank you. Okay.
Consider yourself a veteran now for having presented it.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, next up.
Next via Zoom, we have David Grant, who's registered in opposition to items 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 16, and 17.
Great. All right, Mr. Grant, hello.
Morning. And I must echo your congratulations and thanks on the good move by the school board to start using transit. We see that done in other cities, and this is a very good thing, as you noted, and thanks for recognizing it. Two of your agenda items today are part of a grand experiment in car-pedestrian interactions, removing safety barriers and scramble crosswalks. The obvious next step will be a scramble at Portage and Main. We need data and real safety measures before you allow this to happen. If a driver hits the gas when they see an amber light, it's a classic case, the chances of a 90-degree crash go up. We needed more enforcement long ago. Instead, PE advocates forbade officers from enforcing red light violations for a time. It was like almost a year. The coercion worked. So more than 20 years ago, visions of easy profit drove city to adopt tickets by mail for amber lights and speed and so on. The program has cost Winnipeggers hundreds of millions in fines and crash damage. Drivers now understand mailed tickets generated by bots. Winnipeg is ready for the next step. The biggest danger in both of your pedestrian rule changes on the agenda today, we are told, will come from when those on foot ignore the signals. The worst pedestrian injuries right now already occur when a jaywalker cannot be avoided by a driver. Your report says that this will get worse. Many years ago, big cities in China dealt with jaywalkers by using high-resolution cameras and facial recognition. Step from the curb at the wrong time in one of those cities, and a speaker reminds you, get back on the curb, wait for your signal. And that doesn't cost anything to operate. For minimal cost, we could have such a reminder system here. If we had it, then a scramble at Portage and Main would become feasible. And that I think is the dream of some of the folks who wanted the barriers gone. Anyway, if we want to keep everyone safe in our two big trial zones, we should expand photo enforcement to cover those on foot. And as I say, it could start off with just a reminder voice. There are two key steps to keeping those on foot safe. City Hall has to accept that keeping folks safe also means changing the behavior of those responsible for bad decisions. We've heard the term victim blaming, but I think we should be allowed to analyze crashes and injuries and take steps to prevent them. We need to adopt facial recognition bot fines as they're used elsewhere. I think those would make a big difference in keeping everybody safe that's on foot. Transit for big events. Just about everyone at City Hall has claimed at one point that they want City Hall operations to be sustainable. A bus route that requires the inflow of an awful lot of taxpayer money is not what we call sustainable. Until this special transit service brings in much more money, it cannot claim to be anywhere near sustainability. The guy from the West End there said that the buses coming in for the X are full. And if we have full buses, but is that because they're free? You know, if we're charging people or charging the X enough, the thing could be sustainable and pay its own way. For comparison, we don't see any analysis in this proposal for the fraction of the cost of running each of our regular bus routes. How much of that cost is covered by the fares collected? It may be similar to the 23% for the special routes. On the new bus routes, this report makes many promises. As a test of this report's credibility, has anyone asked the city's audit team to assess the functional audit team to assess the promises made by transit in the past 20 years regarding ridership costs and travel times? We've been told for a long time that BRT would be much faster, but the schedules show, and I've explained that here before, the each trip is 4 to 7 minutes slower on the BRT, and I've been using it since day one. We were told that BRT would increase ridership. Considering the population increase in the south, is ridership actually up as a fraction of the people who live here? And moving along, the resurfacing of Pembina. I see no special instructions so far in the paperwork to minimize traffic congestion. We've seen construction delays lead to needlessly long traffic delays, and this has happened for decades. We do not need you to also resurface Waverley and Kenaston, blocking all north-south routes as you've done in the past. So we should be thankful for that, because people may not realize that 20 and 30 plus years ago, when you resurfaced one of those north-south routes, the other one got resurfaced during the same month. So it's good that people will be able to divert to Waverley or Kenaston if they need to for that. We do not need this site idle while the company sends its workers to other jobs, as this has happened on Pembina, Waverley, and Fermor in the past. But the contract doesn't seem to say anything about that so far. You expect to tie up a few hundred meters of the road for most of the year. Remember that Fargo rebuilt one of their busiest, longest roads in 2 days and 1 night after they did all the major tasks during pre-work. They put every road building crew to work at once and got the whole road repaved. Anyway, does your contract require the company you choose to devote enough equipment and workers? People have bandied around the idea of 24/7 work, and that's obviously not a great idea, but keeping people working on the task the whole time that it's the road's out of service would be an improvement. Topic 10, bike speed. Until we have a viable way to deter speeding, are we wasting our time and money discussing speeds and speed limits for bikes? Banning powered bikes would drastically reduce the complaints from those on foot. An electric motorcycle at 40 kilometers an hour, it's called an e-bike, is not as green as a person on foot or a person pedaling carefully on their bicycle. Manitoba should require this is not your job, but should require every powered vehicle to have a number plate. This would make violations easier to report, and they'd show up on surveillance cameras. If you expect to regulate them, you must require every biker to wear some sort of number, and the bibs they wear in bicycle races, as I've explained here before, are the best way. Recall that if not for the number plates on our motor vehicles, we would have the same sort of chaos on the roads that we see on bike paths. So in conclusion, I'd suggest you're wasting your time of your engineering talent and everyone else if you don't have a way of actually enforcing posted limits. And I recall being required to dismount as I rode through Stanley Park last time, as I went by a person on foot, and being required to sound my bell when I was passing those on foot in other parts of the city. Common sense and safe behavior worked with no thought given to speed limits there. If cars must stay a meter away from bikes on the road, why not a similar limit for a bike passing someone on foot? You could always emulate the province's path on Memorial with a line between bikes and those on foot. I recall that 20 years ago, I showed everyone my pics from California where the bikes and those on foot each had their own path next to each other, but they were separate. So you already did this in St. Norbert. It's wide enough to do it elsewhere. On the scramble, 16. CBC tells us that a scramble will save us all time and be safer. Your report admits the compliance issue can make a scramble more dangerous. I see no proposed signal timing plan. Will the scramble go all red for 60 seconds? Because you have to allow the slowest person to complete their double crossing. Will this happen 10 times an hour? Will you allow walkers to cross on green in the direction of the cars to save them time? But this will put them at risk from turning cars. If most on foot need to cross only one branch, and they all have to wait on average twice as long before they see a walk light, scramble will be slower for those pedestrians. Have your engineers measured the number of beds crossing each branch right now? How many are crossing 2 branches at a time? Have you asked to see the data? Keep in mind that many on foot are impatient and know that there's a 0 chance right now of enforcement, so they'll be inclined to cross against the signal if traffic is light. If the gap between walk lights goes up, from 2 minutes to 4 minutes, will we see pedestrians choose not to wait? Will your test scramble include some level of video monitoring to show the level of compliance? Because this is a test, we want to know how it works, and we want to know how much we're increasing safety or hurting it. So that's the major things. There in the topic 3, transit changes. There's a lot of text here. Some of it is logical, makes good sense. There is no indication that past errors have been reflected in this plan. The plan follows your routine process. The plan seems to follow someone's utopian dream. You then invite a bit of comment and apply some marketing to gain support from the gullible, then build to those goals. Dissent tends to be ignored, and the public can be harmed as a result. The loudest voices on council even try to prevent dissent. We talk about service all day long, frequent service. In Manhattan, you have 1 million customers needing a ride. Don't expect that even with our increases in density, we'll ever have that kind of density of workers or residents in Winnipeg. So we will never have just walk up to the stop and there'll be a bus there in 2 minutes. We're not going to have that. So planning your trip is always going to be better here. And so frequent is maybe a lofty goal in some places, but having a bus that is there at 10:15 when it says it's going to be And the next one, if it's not till 10:45 and you know that, you'll kill time. You don't have to have a bus at 10:35. So just keep that in mind, that the frequent service is not as important as having the bus take you where you want to go. So we'll see whether the new thing works. And I guess one of the other things is having parallel roads seems like a bad idea. We pointed it out that the Parker Dogleg route parallels Pembina, and it splits the route. It splits the buses, which means you have less frequent on each of those two options. And I don't know that anybody did surveys. I did back when phase one was first in service. The number of people who were on the bus at Pembina and were still on it at Markham was just about zero. And the same with the northbound route. And I see no evidence that Transit ever did that survey. Because if you'd done that survey and you knew that all of your customers, before phase two was open, all of your customers needed to be on Pembina, not on the Parker Road. So I just keep that in mind, that a bit more dissent, and you guys are champions on this. You guys need to be asking the good questions of your transit folks before they embark on new directions. And I will thank you very much for the time and invite questions.
Councillor Edie?
Made a comment, next thing you know, it'll be a scramble intersection of Portage and Main. Did you read the details of the report that's on the table for us?
It's been a while. So, you know, it's done an awful lot of stuff since I went over the material. So go ahead if you have a question.
So do you know that in this report that we're about to receive, they're gonna do a pilot scramble intersection at King and Bannatyne?
Yeah, yes, exactly.
And they're recommending, there's two options for it. One is cheaper option where you're essentially still using the same pathways, curb cuts and everything. But making some minor changes in order to facilitate that. The other option is a full-blown scramble intersection design where they design coming off the curb or off the sidewalk into the intersection, so you can go down and diagonally across. But also in that report, it states that scramble intersections are basically can really mostly work in certain circumstances. I know that the public service said that there will not be a scramble intersection set up at Portage, which is being designed for a regular type pedestrian crossing. So
right.
Would you consider retracting what you're saying about Portage and Mead?
Well, I think that, yeah, whether it's certainly not in the plans for the moment. And no, I appreciate the current trial intersection. And I think there's a lot to be learned there. And the one thing that's missing so far, I haven't seen it, is the actual signal light timing program. Because as I say, my guess was, 60 seconds to get a very slow person from one corner to the diagonally opposite by making two crossings. And if it's going to be 60 seconds, based on some of our intersections are more than 20 seconds of warning. So if we did that and we do that 10 times an hour, that means that the person coming up to do that is going to have to wait 4 minutes, the person on foot. And that's something that would be useful in planning it and even in your deciding to go forward with it. Because if I, as a person on foot, am faced with, gee, I'm going to have to sit here for 4 minutes waiting to do anything when I get to the intersection, that's not an attractive thing, and that's not saving me time. And that's the sort of analysis that I believe our engineers have done, and they've commented on it, but we don't see actual numbers. And I would ask you to, before you go too far on this project, ask the engineers to put forward a proposed signal timing, because
that's what they're proposing to do, Mr. Grant. I don't know what you're asking for. That's what they're proposing to do with the pilot, so they can get real numbers.
Well, do we have the timing?
A number of pedestrians, so anyway.
Sure.
Thanks.
Sure.
Just wanted to point out that I think you're a bit off on them.
Okay,
Oh.
questions? Councillor Chambers?
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Grant. Again, picking up on your comment of Portage and Main, crossing there. I had the opportunity to visit, Shibuya Crossing in Tokyo, Japan. Approximately 10,000 people a cycle, but not 10,000, sorry. 1,000 people a cycle go through that intersection, and it's very organized. I mean, the only concern that I would have, and again, it was mentioned earlier, accessibility, whether you're visually impaired or hearing impaired, there might be some challenges in there, but understandably, it can be done.
Agreed. Yes, and as I say, the actual timing will determine whether it's a time saver for those on foot. For some, it will be, and it certainly does work. And the thing to consider is that the intersection we're trying is not one of the world famous scramble intersections, and the same with the bus service. When you have cities of, where the core has 10 million people in it, the level of pedestrian traffic is so much more significant than what we have even at our busiest points. And we aren't them, and we got to make sure that what we do is the best choice for our people and our situation. And thanks for bringing that up about Japan.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Grant. I just want to put this on the record, okay? So we live in a democracy. We're probably one of the most accessible levels of government. You come and make lots of presentations, which is great. Free to do that. Say whatever you think, whatever you feel. That's great. I'm not going to be asking you any more questions going forward. I do not appreciate what you post on social media about what goes on at the Public Works Committee, about me. It's great that you can post whatever you want because we live in a democracy, but I'm done with it. So I'm done with asking questions. So I just wanted you to know that. I don't appreciate it. You can do whatever you want. We have thick skins here at City Hall, but I'm sick of it. So thank you. Next delegation, I think we have to pass motion to.
Do you want to respond to?
I don't care.
Maybe
I'm not.
apologize.
So next delegation, please. Or what are we
Next,
doing?
we have a request from Carly Edmondson, President and CEO of Centerport Canada Inc. So to hear from Carly, we would
Perfect.
just have to suspend the rules.
Okay, motion to suspend the rules. Councillor Chambers, motion to suspend the
How
rules.
many more delegations? Is
That
it
Carly's the last delegation.
And then if we could recess for the next meeting.
Yeah, we're gonna go till noon, and then if you have to
I
leave,
need
you
to
can
be
leave.
here because there's the primary transit network
Got it.
update and
Got it.
we all have to be
Okay.
here for that.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect. Would you like to come and speak?
And Carly is speaking with respect to council update for the preliminary design study, Chief Peguis Trail Extension West, Main Street to Brookside Boulevard, which is report 7.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. As stated, my name is Carly Edmondson. I'm the president and CEO of Centerport Canada Inc. I'm here today to speak in support of the work that's needed to advance the continued building of Chief Peguis Trail. Quick background, Centerport Canada is the 20,000 acre trimodal inland port, and it's comprised of lands in both the RM of Rosser and the city of Winnipeg. It's been mentioned a few times this morning. It builds upon our historic and now strategically re-emerging position as a key center for global trade. Our organization, Centerport Canada Inc., is the non-share capital corporation who exists to facilitate the development and operation of the port and attract companies who want to build on site. To date, there's been over $1 billion of private sector investment and over 3 million square feet of new facilities constructed. There's hundreds of companies doing business every day at Centerport, moving goods around the world. Why this is important to the discussion today, the economic activity and momentum is a direct result of the infrastructure that is exactly like the proposed Chief Peguis Trail. Centerport Canada Way is a piece of trade-enabling infrastructure that was put in place to allow the safe, effective, and efficient movement of goods and people. It currently sees over 5 million vehicles a year. Many of the companies at Centerport will tell you they aren't building manufacturing or distribution facilities unless they can move goods to the 5 to 55 standard, so 5 minutes to 55 miles per hour. Centerport Canada Way, which goes through the central lands of Centerport, allows for this to happen. And you can see on a map that the major private sector investments and the new jobs and the tax dollars that they generate have followed the path along this important expressway. Since the first map of Centerport was created over 15 years ago, a line showing the eventual connection of Chief Peguis Trail through to Centerport Canada Way has been there to illustrate to employers who are building companies and legacies at Centerport that there will continue to be enhanced connectivity for their businesses, both for their products and for their employees. This is a key part of our value proposition as an inland port that connects Canada with other markets across the country and in the world. National, provincial, municipal, and private sector investments that have been made in support of Centerport Canada will not be able to realize their capacity and full potential without efficient transportation corridors that help to move people to jobs and products to and from market, and in the process alleviate the pressures of commercial truck traffic on regional streets in Winnipeg, which is what Chief Peguis Trail will continue to do. More broadly, in Manitoba and in Winnipeg, the Chief Peguis Trail extension is part of a vision of an inner ring road in Winnipeg, which will move cargo more efficiently and directly from city to highway, ease traffic congestion and reduce large truck traffic through downtown and older, more residential neighborhoods, and better connect existing and growing neighborhoods to each other through the city. This is an important enhancement to the trade corridor network to enhance internal trade within the Winnipeg metro region and enhances interprovincial trade networks, which is increasingly important as every day passes. Chris Lawrence mentioned this. Economic stability allows for quality of life. Chief Peguis Trail is going to be a historic investment in our collective futures. Something we've learned at Centerport that I think applies to this project, our 20,000 acre inland port is the size of Manhattan. It's a big and a bold vision that's benefited from significant and strategic infrastructure. The Chief Peguis Trail extension not only supports the public and private sector investments made to date, it will build on Winnipeg's legacy as a trade and transportation hub. You know, they say we're the Chicago of the North. Let's have them be the Winnipeg of the South. It will help us plan for growth so that we are ready to take advantage of new opportunities. It's bold and it's strategic, and it will most certainly be an investment that pays dividends to our citizens and to the city of Winnipeg, to Centerport, and for generations.
Okay. Okay, committee members, questions? Councillor Eady.
Centerport is a great story for Manitoba and Winnipeg. How many, out of the 20,000 acres, how many acres are left after the last announcement that was made?
So of the 20,000 acres that comprise Centerport, 13,000 are developable acres. There's been about 2,300 acres absorbed to date. There's 1,800 developable acres coming to market as a result of the investment in water and wastewater infrastructure going into the city of Winnipeg, which we're very excited about.
1,800.
Developable acres, yep.
That's why I was getting. All right. But technically that until we finish our project, some of that will be slowed down, right?
The water and wastewater infrastructure, you mean?
Well, not the water. Water is supplied through Headingley, I believe. But the sewage capacity in Centerport North, I believe all that sewage is treated at the North End Water Pollution Control Center.
A portion of it is.
Yeah. So we have a capacity issue there, right?
Yes, yes.
Which we're working at. So I guess my question really is, so infrastructure support you can get from Winnipeg helps to develop Centerport North and the others, of course, but those are also employment lands for Winnipeggers. And so, okay. Thank you for your presentation.
Councillor Sharma.
Carly, thank you for your presentation, for being here today. It's important to add your voice to this discussion, which you have been over time. I enjoyed the tour that we had with you at Centerport with Councillor Lukes, the chair. She arranged it. Others were on that tour. What sort of, I know there's ongoing advocacy and education and awareness to other levels of government. Can you tell us about that to the provincial government and federal government? what sort of conversations and dialogue is ongoing, so they're aware of where we are with Centerport at any given time.
Yeah, we are in constant discussion with all levels of government, yourselves, the RM of Rosser, the province, and the government of Canada. A lot of our discussions right now are about what Centerport's potential and Manitoba's potential in global trade looks like, especially in light of some of the headlines that we're all talking about all the time right now. The investment into Churchill is some really exciting progress for Manitoba in terms of opening up new opportunities to Europe. It's 2 days closer to Europe from the Port of Churchill when compared to the Panama Canal. We're also talking about, similar to what Chris Lawrence discussed, we are a Manhattan-sized inland port in the middle of the continent. We are not just a Manitoba project. We're a gateway for Canada when it comes to connecting to global markets. How can we play a national role to make sure that Canada's economy is strong and that we continue to build on the reputation that Canada has as a reliable trade partner? And of course, on a more micro level, infrastructure is always going to help guide private investment. That's roadways, that's waterways, that's planning development infrastructure. Our job at Centerport, to facilitate private investment, there has to be a certain level of certainty. The more certainty you can provide someone, the more likely a business is to invest. So anything that could put a question mark on timeline or on viability is something that we're constantly working to remove.
Thank you for that update.
Councillor Chambers?
Yeah, and thank you for your presentation this morning. It is important to acknowledge the fact that you captured 2 of the 3 Ps, pipes, pavement, and policing. You've got pipes and pavement. So it is important that, in the context of developing Chief Peguis Trail, it is important. And you raise a very important point. Infrastructure projects are important in times like this. So. And not necessarily for just that reason, but for the reasons that we talked about and discussed and debated earlier in terms of trade, in terms of movement of goods and services around the city. So, thank you.
So we're going to ask the department this, but to your understanding, where's the province at connecting into Centerport with Chief Peguis?
Currently, the province of Manitoba is working on a roadways, I'm going to use the words wrong, transportation infrastructure plan for Centerport. So there's already some planned upgrades for the perimeter highway, the North Perimeter Highway there. By the end of this calendar year, there's also going to be increased visibility on some of the other provincial highway upgrades or extensions and where they're going to be planned to be within the Centerport footprint.
Increased visibility, what does that mean?
A plan that you can see, a map of where they will be.
Okay, all right, okay. And then I guess my other question is, what's the hit on the trade corridors north and south? Like, what's Centerport's take on it? Because we're a hub, right?
A lot of companies at Centerport are sending goods south. There's no question about it. Our proximity to the US border has been a selling feature for Centerport for many years. We also have used the value proposition of being a gateway to North America because it's been essentially borderless. So when that changes, we're going to have to shift with it. With that said, we have really strong east-west connections, and we are extremely competitive when it comes to Western Canadian distribution, regardless. So someone earlier mentioned interprovincial trade. That's something that Canadians can control. If we can reduce the interprovincial trade barriers that we have and have true free trade within Canada, Centerport is very well positioned to take advantage of the opportunities that will emerge from that.
So I imagine there's been lots of discussions and number crunching. Do you have what percentage of goods go down south?
I don't have that information. It's private sector information that we don't have access to, sadly. But we are a foreign trade zone, and we are actively working with the government of Canada right now to understand how those programs might be used to help manage some of the challenges that businesses are going to be facing.
And what about, where are we at with the rail line? What stage is it in the hub?
So Centerport Canada Rail Park's being developed by Focus Equities. They're a private sector developer. Phase 1 is actively under construction. The first company to locate in the rail park has opened their doors, Fast Freight. I think it's going to be an exciting spring with lots of other announcements to come. It's well underway.
Wow. This is going to be very interesting, right? Because It's a big economic generator for the province. So we'll see how this all pans out. Okay, thank you very much for coming down and doing your presentation and highlighting the importance of the trade corridor.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, well, so now it's 11:45. Are there any transit reports that we could do, Counselor Sharma, when you're not here, that we could hear from transit, just because we want to keep moving on all of this?
We could do the report on Portage and Main. And do that. I do want to hear the transit stuff because it relates to the report we asked for earlier. Like honestly, it's almost 10.
I know.
Why don't we just take a break? I have taken many breaks for all of you. We have an important meeting at noon. I gotta go and prepare for it because I'm sure.
All right, well, you can go. So you want to hear the primary transit? How about the annual transit service for large events?
That's a quick one.
That's a quickie, right?
That's a quick one.
So just that one?
That's a quickie. And what about Festival Drive? Can we talk about that one when you're not here? No? All right, okay. Primary, well, that looks like it's about it.
It's, you've only got 10 minutes, right?
I know, we can cover a lot here. Okay, all right, so let's start with large events and transit.
I've got Patty Cross here. Rick Young is away today, so Patty Cross, our operations superintendent, will present that.
Okay.
Wait.
So every year there are large events where ridership is expected to exceed capacity. The public service summarizes the extra service provided with an approximate cost breakdown in an annual report. During 2024, the extra transit service cost was $461,706.26, and this includes extra service related to Red River X, Blue Bomber Games, Canada Day, and Santa Claus Parade. Through revenue, fares recovered on Red River X to $27,199.47, and Blue Bombers of $80,278.20. Our net cost ended up being $354,228.59. This concludes this report on annual updates for the large serve events for 2024.
Okay, do we have any questions on this?
Yeah, better. So July 1st and November 16th, they're usually just one of, like Canada Day event. We're ferrying people around to different venues in the city that are hosting Canada Day events. Santa Claus Parade is a one of. At one point, we had discussed free rides for veterans on Remembrance Day, and we also on New Year's Eve provide a free transit service as well.
Right.
How come they're not captured in this?
Because there's no additional service added at that time for those two events. This is only where additional service has been added onto the regular routes to help with the overloading that would normally occur for that type of an event.
Okay, so we don't add any additional service for New Year's or for veterans.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Edie?
Just on the Red River X one, which is at the Assiniboia Downs, if I recall correctly.
Yep.
So there's a different proposal which we'll discuss separately, but we brought regular service out to Festival Road. Would that provide service to the Red River X?
I believe so, yes.
It would, eh? Yeah. Because right now you're extending the service to get people there, right?
Correct, but they're also paying a charter rate for any service beyond our regular service to those grounds. So the Red River X pays a charter rate for that.
They are paying charter rate. Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. That's what happens today.
But you could end up with a Christmas parade thing where it's existing service. Like, would they have to, well, we'll talk about that when it gets to it, but sure. Okay.
So what it, so
So
looking
is that
at
cost
the bus
recovery?
for charter.
Correct. Yeah.
Is it full cost recovery?
I'm sorry?
Is it full cost recovery when they pay for a charter?
Well, when they pay for a charter, fares are collected, so there's a percentage of that goes towards that recovery. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, that's sort of the same, right? So what is a?
But keep in mind, this isn't about charter, this report.
Yeah.
This is about the authority that the director has to add additional service to prevent overloading on the regular service, right?
What's the threshold?
It really comes with experience and what we are hearing from the event organizers as to how many patrons they may experience. But certainly with the Bombers, Red River X, excuse me, other events like Canada Day and such, we have much experience in that. So we're well in tune with what we would need with respect to extra service.
Okay.
So when we gave the authority, we also wanted to know how the money was being spent over the year. That's why we're having this report.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll move the report.
Okay, you move the report, Counselor Eady. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, so now we're gonna break for lunch. Like, can we do it in half an hour or can we do it in 45 minutes? Just because you guys maybe missed this, maybe hopefully you're listening. At 2:00, we have a 1 hour meeting that we have to break and go away for and then come back.
12:45.
12:45?
Yep.
Okay,
On the dot.
on the dot.
Did I hear you say sharp?
Sure, on the dot, yes, okay. Okay, so we'll adjourn the meeting till 12:45.
Thank you.
All right, I'm reconvening the Public Works Committee on March 4th. And we're going to get back into the transit reports here. We've got transit at the table, so thank you very much for coming back. And Mr. Clerk, item number 2, I guess, right? All right.
Right, good afternoon. I've got Kevin Sturgeon, our senior planner, and Bjorn Radstrom, our manager of planning and schedules. And Kevin's going to start us off with report number 2.
Okay, so this is a report on the work planned and completed for the launch of the primary transit network under the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, Primary Transit Network Infrastructure Project. So we have completed 60 bus stop platforms last year, 75 more will come this summer. We are building a bus, passenger and route terminal at Waterford Green Common in Northwest Winnipeg, which will be ready for June 29th. So that part of the city will become a hub of our services and transfers will take place. So there's going to be accessible platforms, shelters and an operator washroom. We're building that one and 6 others for a total of 7 bus operator comfort stations by the end of this construction season. So for a few months, we will be using portable washrooms in the interim. We are expecting to open a traffic signal at the intersection of St. Mary's Road and Carrier Avenue by June 29th. A traffic signal at Sutherland Avenue and Higgins Avenue, just next to the Louise Bridge, will be open later in the year. For the interim, we'll be using alternative routing on Higgins. Active transportation pathways. So this program included $2 million for active transportation pathways. Those are being designed this year and they'll be built in 2026. We have ordered and received 8,000 or so metal bus stop signs. They will be installed actually starting this week. The first ones might have gone up yesterday, and they'll all be in place by June 29th. Graham Avenue is being reconfigured, so the portion west of Gary Street between Gary and Vaughan won't have any transit service on it anymore. And so our colleagues in other departments are taking care of that stretch, but transit will be reconfiguring the part where there still will be buses between Gary and Maine.
So that's funding to help reconfigure, is that what it is, funding?
Correct, yeah. So we'll be using that portion of Graham differently than we do now, and so there will be a few changes made.
Okay.
And that goes along with the whole plan for the rest of it, just the transit's not looking after the part that won't have buses on it anymore. And we have begun we've hired a consultant. We're about to begin a transit on-street infrastructure prioritization study to guide further infrastructure investments, both for the second half of the infrastructure under primary transit network infrastructure, but this prioritization process itself that's being developed to do this study will guide our infrastructure investments for many years to come. And so our recommendation is that this report be received as information.
Okay. Councillor Eady.
I think you missed, so aside from Sutherland Higgins, just west of the Louise Bridge, you're putting in signals at Sutherland and Maine as well, right?
Yes, signals at Sutherland and Maine are approved. They are not currently being designed, so they'll be the third one to be built. We don't yet know exactly when we'll be building that. Part of the reason is that there's a reconstruction project happening on Maine, and so we're just making sure that we coordinate with that. If that project, if a larger project gets pushed out, then we'll do the signal on its own. But if the window for that project overlaps our funding window under this project, then we'll work together. So conversations with Public Works are still happening on that question.
Until 26.
Right, it won't happen in 2025.
Right.
Yeah.
So in that regard, like, so you got Higgins and Maine, Sutherland and Maine. So when the design of that is traffic signals at Sutherland and Maine, I mean, eventually that's where the rapid transit's going. 30 years from now, I don't know. But so when you're doing signalized intersections, there's a bus priority.
In this case, bus priority is inherent because no other vehicles are allowed to make that left turn.
Yeah.
So only buses.
Yeah.
So the whole signal itself is essentially transit priority signal.
Right.
As well
Have to
as
be
well as
different.
the pedestrian crossing and bicyclist crossing signal.
It's going to allow pedestrians.
Yeah, pedestrians and cyclists will be able to cross Main Street,
Yeah. Okay.
and only transit vehicles will be able to turn left from Sutherland onto the street.
Yeah, I was just, well, it's good. It's only the bus. There definitely is a, yeah, if you didn't allow for cyclists and especially pedestrians, they go anyway. Okay. The other thing I was, so we've done 60, 75 yet to come for bus, bus stop platforms or whatever you're calling them, right?
Yeah, that's bus stop platform.
How many will you have left after to do in 26?
I don't have an exact number. The challenge with answering that with a specific number is that the level of accessibility of bus stop platforms is on a spectrum. And so we're tackling the ones, so there's two ways that it becomes a high priority for us. One is or an immediate priority. One is that it's within or near a Public Works project. And so if Public Works is already working on the street, either adjacent or nearby, then we'll upgrade the bus stop to the modern standard. Even if it was sort of on the medium range of the spectrum for accessibility in the past. Certainly if it was on the low end, we would for sure. Then for platforms that are being done in isolation, we'd be tackling the ones that have a combination of very poor accessibility and high anticipated passenger volumes or a high
Transfer station, like
a junction station where people will be making connections.
Yeah.
And so when we did a sampling, when we audited a sampling of our stops, we audited about 20% of our stops. We found that about 1 in 5 was poor on the accessibility ranking. But again, it is a spectrum. So part of the prioritization study process that we're about to launch is coming up with a more robust system of characterizing different places on that spectrum and how to prioritize tackling.
Great. That's all I have.
Okay, any other questions? I've got a couple here. Okay, so when do you think that this on-street infrastructure prioritization study might be completed for?
So completion, we're looking for probably the second quarter of 2026 is our target. But as the study is underway, once we start to learn things through the study process, we'll already be acting on them before the completion of the study, just because of the timeline of the funding program, which has a limited time span. So as we start to learn what the priorities will, even before the study itself is wrapped up and signed off, we'll already be targeting some of those improvements for the
So
2027
then,
construction.
okay, so that's good. So then of your comfort stations, bus stops, signs and all that, how much funding is being used in that and what will be left to deal with prioritization stuff?
So roughly speaking, about a third of the funding is already spoken for between what's already been built and what's underway for the 2025 construction season. Once we include, bus stop signs, communications, and the other elements in there as well as the active transportation component, we'll have about half of it left. So about 10. It's a $20 million program. About 10 million will be left to cover whatever's identified as the high priorities under the prioritization study.
And so, yeah, and I guess we'll talk about my next question on number 4. Okay,
And
so
that 20 million, that's this current primary transit network infrastructure program. We also have just under 2 million available in a different program. And we would anticipate that in the future, there will be other opportunities available. And so that prioritization study doesn't just cover the second half of the primary transit network infrastructure. Is designed to set us up to be ready for future funding opportunities as well.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. All right. Does anyone else have any questions on the infrastructure update for transit? This was, I know at one point, people were a little worked up that we hadn't put some of this infrastructure in and we were flipping the network, but we all decided we really wanted to flip the network, right? And that some of this stuff would come hopefully, by June 29th and others would come after. So we're clear on that.
Also recognizing the network was moved up 1 year.
Well, yes, exactly. That's because we wanted to get going with it. Okay.
I move, to receive the,
Just before you move the motion, so on the existing bus stops, you have digital screens that alert when the next bus is coming. How are those going to be moved around or?
So there's some that we have that will be moving because the bus stops they're at are either no longer in service or no longer as important as they were previously. We've not yet determined where we're going to move them all to. That'll be part of the prioritization study as well. Some places, I think we have a pretty good idea, so it'll just be a matter of coordinating the move itself and the construction that's related to it.
But you also have to reprogram because they'll be in different vicinities, correct?
That's correct. That's not a large undertaking, but we do know that we have to do that. And part of the overall question being posed of our consultants is, how do we prioritize passenger amenities like that? People like having those kind of real-time arrival boards at stops. How do we prioritize that against the other needs? Accessibility of platforms and sidewalk connections and bus shelters and so on. So how do you prioritize all those different categories of amenity against each other?
Okay, Councilor Reading,
yeah, I'll move to receive the report as information.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, number 3, primary transit network service implementation plan revision.
All right, I'll be speaking to this one again, Madam Chair. So in June of last year, Council approved the primary transit network service implementation plan, which detailed the proposed new transit network and each route and each classification of service in the new network. That also that represented our intent for what the service would look like on June 29th, 2025. It included a system map and individual route maps and turn-by-turn directions for each route. We now are proposing some revisions to the service implementation plan, most notably expanding the scale of Winnipeg Transit on request service. The previous service implementation plan had 8 zones. So today we have 4 on request zones. The previously approved plan had 8. Now we're recommending 12. Some of them are larger than ones that have been proposed earlier. And that really reflects the success of that type of service that we've had since initially having a pilot project and then moving to a new vendor for a permanent.
Where are the four new zones?
They're really spread around the city. It's,
On the map.
yeah.
They're on the
so
map, right?
Where are they?
There's one zone in the northwest.
Where?
It's really hard to describe.
They're in the appendix.
Um,
I know you've seen it. and
Okay.
I just want to verbalize them.
Okay.
We have one around Waterford, Green and Casper and City St. Northwest, where else?
Yeah, this is the one, it's zone 103. It's shown on page 148 of appendix B. And it's bounded by Jefferson in the north, Dr. Jose Rizal Way and Keewatin on the east. But then it goes down and it kind of extends along Burroughs for a bit to McPhillips, along Selkirk and back along Oak Point Highway. So it's a bit of an oddly shaped thing, but it covers that area.
That's it.
What page?
Page 148 of appendix B, it's on request zone 103.
You don't have that big map that you had. You know that big map that showed it citywide? There was a map that you had them for the whole network.
So we're expanding what we approved before, now we're expanding it into this area as well. Yeah, correct?
the recommendation is 12 zones. And taking the one in the northwest, for example, it's a different shape than it is today. It's larger, but then also different. And that it's somewhat similar, the nature of those changes we're making around the.
It's extending the Castleberry.
Extending it more into Point Douglas probably a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, it has a bit of a tail on it just to make sure that it gets to McPhillips where it can connect with the Market line.
Should we Google?
So that one remains from the previously approved plan. I can go through them
I want to know the new ones.
in detail. So zone 101 is similar to today's zone 101, which is in South St. Vital. It's a little bit bigger to the north, but it's similar to what we already have in service today. Zone 102, again, we already have zone 102, but this would be a slight expansion of zone 102 relative to today, to include part of Windsor Park. And again, that's to provide connectivity to the primary transit network. Zone 103 is northwest Winnipeg, generally the area west of Keewatin, but it does include a tail between Burroughs and Selkirk that goes up to McPhillips to make sure that there's that connectivity with frequent transit line on McPhillips. Zone 104 is there's the new relative to today, and then there's new relative to the previously approved plan. And so zone 104 was not numbered. We did the numbering system for these is new in this revision. We didn't have them numbered and outlined in detail in the previous service implementation plan, but that one generally covers the Mission and St. Boniface industrial areas in South Transcona. 105 is new. That covers parts of East Kildonan from between Gateway and Plessis, and with a extension down to Regent to connect in with
Do 105, for example, Sarah just have that with transit, correct?
So what we're proposing is that with the expansion of On Request, we would cover these areas in periods of low demand. Each zone would have different hours of service depending on the nature of the area it serves. So not every On Request zone would have the same hours of service. But so, for example, late at night or on weekends, an area could have On Request service and some of its community feeder routes would not operate at the same time.
So help me out with this new 105. So you're saying Gateway, but like this covers the neighborhood called Sun Valley and the other side of Lash?
No, it's south of Sun Valley. This covers Valley Gardens.
South of where?
South of McLeod.
Oh, okay.
So this covers Valley Gardens.
So you have no on request over like,
Right now, there's no on request service in northeast Winnipeg.
okay. So you're going with but there's a bus service running through Valley Gardens. So why do you have on request?
So many of, or all of the on request zones have transit service, fixed route service that runs through it. The general nature is that you can take a bus in an on request zone between any two destinations. And so if your final destination is in the on request zone, then the on request bus is the only one you need to take. But for many people, it would be, the on request is a sort of first mile, last mile type of service. So those routes that go through the zone would be what you can connect to.
Well, there's a lot, we've got a route going down, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a route that goes down Monroe all the way up to Canada or Lashmordia. Like, isn't there a lot of bus routes coming through like Valley Gardens, which is basically gateway to Lashmordia and Springfield Road south to Monroe?
So using this proposed zone 105 as an example, yes, there are several routes that go through this zone. Some on Gateway, for example, there's FX2, so one of our highest order services, Frequent Express on Gateway. There's Frequent Express and many others on Regent and going to Kildonan Place Mall. There are connector and community routes that serve different areas in here. The problem is many of the areas within this zone, to use this zone as an example, are served by community routes that are in general very windy and are primarily designed around commuting patterns and access to schools.
Yeah, like we're one of these schools in there and
right.
There's Valley Garden Community Center in there, all the
right. And so during periods of very low demand, the community routes would
they won't run as
would otherwise come very infrequently. And so all the higher classifications, connector, direct, frequent, and frequent express, will always run. But some of the community routes would be replaced by the on request. And in that way, people won't have to wait for a very infrequent bus and then ride around in a really meandering pattern, going past schools that aren't open and, just, they don't, and we don't have the same number of people late at night and on weekends as we do during the weekday or during rush hour, but we also don't see the same types of trips. And so our recommendation is that with this adjustment to the service implementation plan, we would run on request during those times and reduce the scale of the community routes as well.
Okay, anyway, the only reason I'm asking here is a number of years ago, there was discussion like the 45 goes through North Point Douglas down Euclid to Sutherland. That's no longer going to be in place as far as I know. Like how come there's no new on request for that area?
Point Douglas, the core of the north end, the west end, most of the core of the city is very well served by high order primary transit lines and connector routes that generally run in straight lines. And so in the part
Main
of the
Street,
city,
McGregor,
right,
Stalker doesn't have an F designated route. It's got a direct route.
Right. So the
and it's got a community route. Like
the north end and the west end, sorry, the north end has, I believe, no community routes. So everything in the north end is class 5.
Inkster's got a community route.
Pardon?
Inkster's got a community route.
No, it's got a connector.
Inkster is a connector route, so that's a
Oh,
class 5 service.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so community route is what we call a class 6 service.
It's the ones with 3 digits.
So those are disappearing like the 88.
So the connector, community routes, the ones with 3 digits, in general, the ones with 3 digits, would run at fewer times of the week. On request zones, there would be more on request zones and they would run at whenever the community routes are not.
What's the Mountain Avenue service called again?
That's also a connector. It's a future route.
That's
38.
connector, because that's running all the way out to Kildonan Place, right? All the way from around Sisler High School, all the way down.
Basically, the neighborhoods that are so well served by primary network service or with the connector routes, they don't need on request because they've got.
Oh, I understand
such
that.
good
So
service
that on
all the
request,
time of the
though,
day.
just the mountain ones running over the Harry Lazarenko Bridge, right?
That's right.
And then it's gonna go up Johnson Levi, Watt Street to where?
Monroe.
North to Monroe.
Yeah.
And then Monroe all the way up to
Down Panage and over to Kildonan Place.
Kildonan Place, right? And that's a connector route?
Correct.
So Monroe is into your 105.
So maybe we can do individual ward discussion offline if you want.
Okay, anyway, I'm just trying to understand. Anyway,
Okay.
because north end connector routes, some of them are running through East Kildonan, so I just want to know, like, what? You're still gonna have to walk a distance to get to, from Inkster to Mountains, quite a distance. And if I'm in Valley Gardens, like, and I'm on like McLeod to Monroe's about the same distance.
It's McLeod to Concordia only within Valley Gardens. So the on request isn't
So it's
south of
Concordia.
Concordia.
Anyway,
All right, so this report ends, where does this report end? At council. So I guess the question is, I had seen it somewhere, a citywide map where you had highlighted all these new on demands. Is there any way that you could attach that to when it goes to EPC and council? Like, I can't seem to find it in here. And of course, I looked on the website, but of course it won't be on the website because you didn't approve it. So, do you know what I'm saying? So then, so people will have a, you know, if they're wanting to go somewhere else and it's in the city or they're.
Yeah, so it is in the service implementation plan, but understandably, it's low resolution and hard to read.
Okay, what
So,
page is that?
Page 19.
Yes, I've seen a really good theater, you know, page 19. So that shows us the. So you've got the on demand on that one on page 19? All the on demands?
It's a full system map.
Oh. Okay, right, I don't see it.
You can, in appendix A on that particular page, you can scroll in pretty good.
So when you zoom in, the yellow pops up?
It's got all sorts of colors, but I don't see yellow.
Yeah.
The one I have in front of me, there is a problem with the color. I'm not sure why.
On request. Well, I don't think it made this map, you guys. Like, I'm zooming in on page 19.
It's there in the one I have here, it's there in faded gray. It should be yellow. I'm not sure why the color.
The legend says yellow and I don't see any yellow. So maybe what you can do is, can we update that map or make it more yellow or?
We can post it as a standalone link on our
Sure.
website.
But I want it, like, I'll talk about it at EPC and I'll talk about it in council and I'll point them, go look at the city map and then go zoom in on your own in your neighborhoods, you know, so. So how do we get one of those and attach it on? They could send it to you?
Yep.
Okay,
And then perhaps at EBC, we can attach it as.
cause like, come and look,
Just send it to
I
you,
don't see
Keith.
any yellow here, right? This is page 19.
No, there's a problem with the color.
Yeah, it's even on my printed ones.
Because it is in the legend. Okay. Okay, so just so we can get a call, then it's easy to see citywide, sort of. Okay. Okay, so what are the bonuses to having this on demand? The one thing people will notice is buses may be going on streets that don't have routes, right? That there's no buses regularly going on those streets.
Yeah, so the way Honor Quest
Honor
works is using an app, or for people who don't have access to a smartphone, you can book on a regular computer or by contacting 311. And you don't have to wait in the normal queue for 311. You push
Transit.
push the button that it prompts you to push to access Honor Quest booking. And then you go straight to a customer service agent. The customer service agent, if they're helping someone via 311, they're using the app for them. So it's always going through the app, just that it could be a transit customer service agent or the user themselves that's using the app. So then the app takes where they want to go from, where they want to go to, and estimates how long it'll take for a bus to pick them up, and lets them know where they should go to catch that bus.
So in their zone,
So- So they can pick any origin and any destination in the zone. That is a bit different from how it works in some other cities, where there's a restriction on only going to or from certain places like a transit hub. In our system in Winnipeg, you can go anywhere in the zone. So if you want to go visit your friend and the friend lives in the same zone, you can just go directly there.
But are they gonna come to my door at my house?
So for most people, it will tell them where to catch the bus, and it'll be a nearby street corner at either an actual transit bus stop or what we call a virtual bus stop. So it could pick them up where there is a bus stop sign, or it could just tell them a specific place, usually, for example, the northwest corner of this street and that street.
And so how does it know that it's all automated, right?
It's all automated, so there's a software, so it's essentially.
Same software is like Lyft or Uber?
It's similar
GPS.
to that in the sense that it's all algorithm based and it's all happening in the background.
And you're plugging your address in there, right? So.
You put your origin and destination, so your address if you're leaving from home. And it'll tell you to walk to a certain place. And then it'll tell you that the bus will come in a certain amount of time. So say walk to this corner, the bus will be there in 15 minutes.
But it depends on how busy the bus is
Right.
in the zone.
That's right.
Okay.
And so it's making an estimate based on all the other trips, all the other combinations of taking people from here to there. And it is an estimate. And so then it'll give you the option, do you want to book this trip? So it'll tell you the information first.
Right.
And then it'll say, do you actually want this trip?
Right.
And so then if you confirm that you do, it'll give you the estimated time, but also a window. So at first it'll estimate that the bus will be there in 15 minutes, but it's also possible that in the meantime, somebody else books a trip with a stop that's somewhere in between. And so then it's delayed 2 or 3 or 4 minutes.
Tell you that?
And it'll update you as soon as it knows,
Okay, got it.
right? So you go to wait at your bus stop for 15 minutes from now, it might become 19 minutes from now, and it'll update you as soon as it knows about that delay. Now, for people who are eligible Winnipeg Transit Plus customers.
Right.
So they've gone through the assessment process and become Winnipeg Transit Plus eligible customers. If they choose to use the Honor Quest system, the service will, or the software will send the bus to in front of their address if the bus can get there. So if the street is wide enough, if the turns to get onto that street, you don't have a wide enough radius for the bus to turn and so on. So if the bus can physically get there, the bus will pick those.
How will the bus know that? The bus driver will know?
So these are all settings that's not up to the bus driver.
Okay.
The bus driver on the bus follows instructions that come off of a tablet.
Okay,
That's just like GPS would in a car, it says turn left, turn right, 200 meters, turn left, and that kind of thing. In the background, transit staff work with public works staff and with operators and the operations division of Winnipeg Transit to make sure that streets can handle the bus. So that is a combination of the quality of the pavement.
so they have pre-programmed streets that can't handle the bus, but into.
That's right. And as we, we'll be configuring all of that in advance, but also continuously updating it as we learn more.
And this is not new.
No,
We're
because we've
using-
already done it.
We're using it today, exactly. We're using it today.
Right, so this is how on request
Yeah.
worked before.
Yeah.
But with this recommended revision to the service implementation plan, we would be expanding that to a total of 12 areas.
Okay. Okay. Anyone have questions? I don't think any of you have it on request, do you? Do any of them have it on request in their area?
I do in South
Oh, you do. Okay. Have you heard any feedback at all from anyone on it? That's good. Okay. It's not bad. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't checked in the last few weeks, but in early January, I looked at our customer satisfaction report. So when people use the app, they have the option of filling out, pushing a button to say how satisfied they were, and it was about 85% satisfaction among the people who chose to respond.
Okay. Okay, and then what you'll do is you'll work this into your communication package and it'll be online and all of that. I mean, you've got it for the existing.
That's right.
We'll just update it for, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, anyone have any other questions on this? This is good.
But I just learned some stuff that I'm gonna apply to one of our other reports.
There you go. Okay, so can someone make a motion then?
Oh, I'll move, I think we're receiving this as info. Oh, no, this is a change, right? So, I'll move the recommendation of the public service.
Okay, and we'll add on that map and we're sending it to EPC.
Well, I don't have the map right now.
Right.
So perhaps at EPC, or
Okay.
the public service can provide it ahead of
Sure,
time.
they can provide it to the clerk at EPC and get it patched in. Okay, perfect.
So I'm moving with that recommendation.
Yes, perfect. Okay. Okay, very exciting. Excellent. Moving right along here.
Question?
Oh, yeah, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, lots on the go here. Okay, transit service between Linden Woods and Oak Park and Shaftesbury High Schools.
Here we go, here we go.
This is when we redesigned the new route, the route network as part of the primary transit network. This is a known gap that we have.
So you knew that when you were planning the network or what?
When we went through everything, some of the discussion today was about what has been happening with the school service, and the school services that we provide are very resource intensive. They occupy buses for basically the entire rush hour. So what we've tried to do is redesign the entire route network in order to be able to serve all the various schools on regular service and not have dedicated school service. This ended up being the one gap, and we were upfront with the school division ahead of time about this. We've talked with a lot of different school divisions and let them know this was happening. But obviously they raised some concerns about it, and that's why we got together with them. We met with the school division, the elected officials and school division staff, and eventually developed this plan where in this coming year, they are going to operate their own school buses to connect the schools, because as you heard the assistant superintendent say, it's a very long distance. Students that live in Linden Woods go to Shaftesbury, which is a fair ways away, but still not that far, and then to Oak Park as well.
Oak Park is quite a ways.
It's quite far away. And these were the only pairs, after we did all this analysis, where students couldn't get from their neighborhood to the schools with less than 2 transfers. So that's why we brought this up with the school division and let them know about it. So as I said, they're going to be operating with their own school buses for this year, but they're looking for a more permanent solution involving transit in the future. So that's where we came up with this idea, and Councillor Duncan brought forward the motion, and we'll look into how we could incorporate service between Linden Woods and these schools into a permanent route. So that's all this is asking us to do, is to investigate that, report back on what the routing would be and what the resource requirements would be.
So when are you coming forward with how you're going to be prioritizing all these desires and wishes and route expansions?
Next month,
Next
we'll
month?
be reporting the annual service plan process to this committee. And then as directed by council, the first annual service plan is due in 2027, in the spring of 2027. So the process will come to this committee next month, but the first annual plan won't be for another 2 years.
And okay, so because we're going to have a lot of questions when we do this new route implementation, people will go, I like it, I don't like it, whatever they like, right? They want us to change it. So what you're saying then is, let's just think of the new routes. So the new routes come in June 29th, then people will give you feedback from, maybe you can make some tweaks or no? Are you going to not make any tweaks for a year or what are you going to do?
So we'll do whatever this committee and council directs us to do, of course. But to fully to embrace the systematic process that we're going to be proposing next month, we will use a little over 1 year of data. So when the system launches in the beginning of summer 2025,
right?
We won't worry about the data we gather in the first summer because it'll be very transitional. But beginning in the fall of 2025, we have 4 seasonal schedules a year. And so by using data from up to the end of summer 2026,
right,
we'll create our first annual plan based on that data. And so the data will come from September 2025 to September 2026. The plan will come forward in the first part of 2027.
Right.
And from then on, we'll continue doing that on an annual cycle. To make changes before the 2027 report, and of course, 2027 reporting for things that have no budget implication, I might be able to do it quickly, but many things will have a budget implication. So then there's that next step of getting it through the budget process. So there's quite a lag from the start of service in the new network to when we could make changes that have a budget impact.
Right, that have a budget impact. Okay, so just remember, Public Works Committee, that what I think is a huge benefit about the spine and feeder was in Southwest, we made little tweaks, right? We just kind of did a roundabout, or we made a little this, a little that, and it had no budget implications, but we could do it. So will you be making any of those little tweaks in that first year of existence of the new routes?
Yeah, we're open to making that kind of adjustment.
That are no budget implications.
Right.
And so then councillors could bring, what are they gonna do? Call 311? Or are they gonna make a motion, or what are they, how? I mean, we could talk about this more at the next meeting, but I just know that we'll have, well, I want the route changed, I want the route changed. And we all want them to be clear on how to answer to the residents about that.
The nature of the tweaks that we've been able to do in Southwest Winnipeg since 2020 is on the community feeder network.
Yes.
And so those routes are intended to be flexible like that.
Okay,
Right.
this is important.
So we extend, if we extend a route, we can either add more resources to it or slightly decrease the frequency.
That's what we do.
And so in some cases, an extra 1 or 2 minutes of waiting time isn't a big deal. And so we'll extend the route a few hundred meters or whatever, provided there's another place for the bus to turn around. In Southwest, that was a problem because there's roundabouts all over the place. But in other areas, there's different scenarios. And so to the extent that we can accommodate those tweaks, whether they come up from our owner observations, from our operators' observations, from customer feedback, or from councillor feedback, the source of the observation doesn't matter that much. But if we can see a clear way to solve some kind of problem, And if it doesn't cost anything,
Sure.
then, you know, we'll be happy to report on that.
So are you, in dealing with 311, are you going to have, I've had concerns that, oh, if we come, you know, say we want this or that in September, by the time they get around to it, they may have lost it. Are you gonna have a form? Because 311 seems to be going to these forms now. Are you doing a form, or is it an email or a phone call, or have you guys figured that all out yet?
There is essentially a form. I, off the top of my head, don't recall the terminology that 311 uses, but they have a term for what you're calling a form. And so, yes, we are setting up that kind of thing with 311, where we have set up some of those already. And so we'll continue to receive feedback that way. And then on our end, we have an intake process planned, where when we receive that kind of feedback, we can, you know, like there's effectively another form to fill in what the gap is, what the problem is, or what the gap is, and what we need to do to fill it, or whether there's options, and then that sort of sits in a database and becomes part of our typical process.
Okay, and then the last question I have, and then I'll get to Councillor Edie, is the prioritization program or plan that you're putting in place. Do you have consultants working on that, or did you folks do it, or where did?
Yeah, we had a consultant help us with the annual service plan process.
Yeah.
We have a different consultant helping with the infrastructure prioritization process that we were speaking about earlier.
Right.
And then we have another consultant helping us with overall program management.
Okay. Good. Councillor Edie, you have a question?
So I just have one question. You knew the gap was there in regards to these two schools. So one reason you didn't have a new on request, help me out here, for like Lindenwood is because there's too many kids trying to get to those schools.
Request generally doesn't work at peak times. There's just too many people taking the bus.
Yeah.
You know, an on-request bus can probably pick up between, depending on the characteristics, 8 to 12 passengers in an hour, and that's just the students. The number of students that are going to high school can easily overwhelm a fixed route service. It would completely overwhelm the bus service.
Yeah. So, and there's a lot of kids using these two schools from Lindenwoods, okay? How come a community bus wasn't looked at? Because Lindenwoods, I don't know if that helped them get to on an existing system, but there is a bus service that winds around in there and takes you from, ends up getting into I think McGilvery and Kingston or somewhere around there. So how come you didn't look at it like a community bus for the new system in that Lindenwood?
The Charleswood to Lindenwoods is
Across Keniston is the major.
It's a complicated connection geographically, and Charleswood. So in moving to a spine and feeder network, there's high order service on Grant and on Portage. So the blue line on Portage to Unicity and FX3 Frequent Express on Grant until William Clement Parkway. And so the feeder network of Charleswood is designed to feed into Unicity, Polo Park, and Grant.
Yeah, so saying Assiniboia essentially is what you're talking about. Lindenwoods is part of the rates.
Right, and so the issue, the gap, is that the geography of the Grant line doesn't meet the other end of the blue line, the Southwest Transitway, until Osborne Station, because there's just the geography around Pembina and Grant, and so once the feeder bus from Charleswood feeds into Grant, then the student would have to go to Osborne Station and sort of a little bit backwards, kind of.
Oak Park
to-
is
To
like-
get to Seal Station.
Isn't Oak Park like on Robin?
It's a little south of that.
Pardon me?
It's south of that. It's right within the neighborhood. It's not on the major street.
Right, so, okay, so I'm trying to understand. Problem for Lindenwood is you got two streets that are gonna take you to the north side of the tracks. You've got Waverly and you've got Kingston, right? There's no other crossings into Lindenwood as far as I know, Brussels railway tracks. So,
The transit service in Lindenwoods, because it's in the southwest, it underwent its big transformation in 2020.
what did,
And so the community routes through Lindenwoods feed into Seal Station and Beaumont Station, both of which are in the Southwest Transitway. And so, and then Charleswood was designed to feed into Unicity
yeah, I
and
guess,
Old Park and Grant.
traditional Assiniboia, you know?
So it's effectively just created by the geography of those neighborhoods.
Okay. Kingston being the boundary between the two areas. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know how you're gonna figure it out, but anyway.
Quick question, why are kids from Lindenwood going to Oak Park and as French immersion? So French immersion, so they're
Oak Park is the nearest French immersion high school for them, or at least
closest, yeah.
in the catchment areas as determined by the school division. It's their choice about.
It is Pemmon Trails School Division there, right?
So Vincent Massey doesn't offer French. What other schools are in the area?
I'm not sure, but this is a school division decision where they were the ones that set up the catchment area.
High schools, Winnipeg School Division.
You know, Grand Park is the other.
It
So that's different school divisions, that's the.
would certainly be simpler to connect Lindenwoods to Vincent Massey Collegiate, but our understanding from our discussions with the school division is that Vincent Massey is above capacity. So they've drawn their catchment boundaries the way that they have.
Okay, all right, I do want to,
Sir's recommendation is that we refer this to the 2026 process to come up with new routes or whatever for 2027.
So the other divisions across the city, they didn't have the same issues, because I think they were bringing up concerns initially. Seven Oaks School Division had, to myself and Councillor Ely and Councillor Belwadi, there aren't two transfers there, but have those concerns been mitigated, or are we gonna hear again from those divisions because of something we're doing today?
I don't know if you necessarily hear from the divisions. Of course, with all this amount of change, you're going to hear from parents and citizens in general. But we did, once we started digging into all the service to the schools, we outlined all the service to all the high schools, including how they're served by primary network routes and feeder routes. And we sent letters to every single school division and offered to meet with them, and we met with almost every school division, or at least, and the ones we didn't meet with, we heard back from them saying, we'll contact you if we need more information. So we let them know about this information. We met with them usually once we can sit down with a group of people and explain the changes, how everything works, that kind of calms their fears a little bit, because they understand that even though it's different, it's still good service, even if it requires a transfer. But understandably, having to go to two transfers for students is the one thing that people couldn't get past. So that's why we're here today dealing with this for this division.
You know, prior in last year and prior to that, Bjorn, when we have the charter services, who is bearing that cost?
It depends on which one you're talking about. In the Pembina Trail School Division, this one in particular, they would pay for it, pay for the operating costs. And in this case, we would subtract the fares collected from what we charge them. For some of the school divisions, especially where the school service was along an existing route, we would add extra service because of the sheer volume of people trying to get to one place at one time, but we wouldn't bill them for that. And in some other school divisions, I think maybe the only other one, I shouldn't even say, because I'm not 100% certain. There was at least one other one where they paid for it directly.
Now, going to this other scenario that we're launching, how does the cost of the city change?
There would be no more charter service, so we're not collecting any charter fees from any of the school. But it becomes part of the regular service, so we're collecting shares in order to offset the cost of the service.
Now, what happens in an area like Highland Point where there's no service, period? What happens to those students?
Well, as you know, right now, there's no service. And similar to this request here, where we're being asked to report back in September of this year, for Highland Point, there was also the motion that was passed last year, where we'll be reporting back in September as well. With the plan for how it's serviced.
Right, because there's no service at all there.
Correct.
But there's a potential for, what do we call them, that bus to go, a frequent bus that goes down McGregor? Which could use Ferrier.
Yeah, so we're gonna report back on that. What was the situation in Aurora prior to us having service? How would the students charter in there?
There was no service.
There was
Students
no
in Aurora.
service, and they just sort of knew that.
When they moved in.
Yes, when they moved in. But we're gonna have to get ahead of that with Highland Point, which we are through the reports we're generating. As the houses are coming up really fast there. It's getting built out quickly.
So Aurora is almost.
Yeah, almost done. Okay, thank you.
And I just want to thank Pembina Trails again. I think that was pretty good information you gave us when we had that meeting, that using our transit buses gives us more opportunity to maximize them. Okay, that sounds great.
How it's gone with Pembina Trail School Division to develop this and get to this point now, I think was a real testament to working collaboratively, like they said. It's been a good experience working with that school division.
Yeah. Okay, so a motion, please, from someone?
To simply concur with the Assiniboia recommendation?
Yep.
So moved.
All in favor? Carried. Okay, basically, this is same but different, right? Expanding transit service to Festival Drive.
Should we get to the seminar now?
Well, I thought it starts at
Two.
We better get there. This is
Okay, well,
very-
let's finish this so we can let these guys go, okay?
Okay.
Is this the last one?
Right, let's move quick because everything they're covering at the seminar, like it's
Okay, well, let's-
serious concern to all the council.
Good,
So-
move this motion then. This is essentially the same to study it and report back, right?
Should we report it back at September 11th as well?
Yes, we should put those
Is
dates
there
on it.
enough resources to do that? To bring it back in September?
We should be able to do
Try.
Yeah.
They're going to try, because when we brought forward other ones, Madam Chair, it was told, we're not sure if we're even doing this. And what's the timing? And so I do support this, getting this report. It's important because it's the gaps that, actually, I've asked about gaps across the
Be an
city.
easy one to serve, actually.
So try.
It shouldn't be too hard to serve.
Well, that's what, yours is for September.
Right.
So we'll try for these for September.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, motion for this one?
So moved.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, so now we have a break. It's long. Really long, sorry. Okay, we'll reconvene at 3:05. Okay, good afternoon. At 3:15, I'm reconvening the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works. And yes, we've had a busy day already, and now we're getting into the department, Public Works Department. So we've got staff here, and our first item up to talk about is the verbal update on Portage and Main.
Yeah, so again, another less than a month since we last discussed. Overall, still positive. The project is progressing on schedule and within council approved budgets. Our traffic management status hasn't really changed. Northbound Street, 2 curb lanes closed. No right turn permitted to Portage Avenue East. That's a permanent one. Southbound Main Street, 2 curb lanes closed. The one note, I guess, eastbound Portage Avenue, the 2 curb lanes are closed to Main Street. 1 curb lane closed east of Main on Portage Avenue, adjacent to 335 Main, the MMF site. That's the permanent one. And in westbound Portage, 1 curb lane closed. Earlier this week, yesterday, I believe there was water and waste emergency repair there. So some people might have saw an additional service. It was related to an emergency repair by water and waste. So I think they've opened that up this morning. So So other than that, again, same story on the traffic management delays. It's been pretty effective overall. I think the big thing is now we're seeing all four corners are hoarded now. Which is what we talked about last month, that would be happening, and that then we'll schedule the tour for the committee. Yep, for the committee. Colin Tichkowski from our office is getting together a couple of timeframes to see which will work for you, and that'll be next week. And again, we got to tie it into optimum time so that we're not tripping over contractors. On that, I guess just going over the project, the southwest corner, 200 Portage. Reason why I'm hitting that one, we've got the drainage grate system rebuild. The big thing there is that we've already done some street pavement and curb construction. Right now, yesterday they were working on the sidewalk in the hoarded area. So you'll see those improvements when we go out there next week. The other piece was on that southwest corner was the fire line there, the water line was being relocated, and that was already moved. We said it was in the process. So that's a big one. With the hoarding at 335 Main on the southeast corner, completing the final demolitions there. That's the work that we got coming up is fire egress systems required to close that staircase access to the concourse. And as well, the rest of the utility and structural removal work that they're doing. Northeast corner, 365 Main, that's the Richardson building. That's waterproof installation prep work that they're doing there. And last month you had a question about the bunker on the Richardson side. And as we stated, that bunker, which is the stairwell to the lower floor of the Richardson access, that's an access provision. That's not a part of the contract. And again, we're not even sure what its future intended use will be with the transit plan coming into effect and how that's going to be continued to be utilized. So it's still right now access to the Richardson building and it's not being touched.
So how do you not know how it's impacting transit? Or what?
Well, we don't know what its future is because again, that is access to the Richardson building. So we don't.
It's theirs, it's not.
Yeah, well, it's
the city's.
It's the city's, but again, we're not closing that access
We're not
off.
closing the access with this project, and then its future should be probably studied with the rapid transit study as well.
It's access to Lombard Place that takes you over to the hotel as well.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so other than that, really, the only other thing to mention is on the northwest side of 201 Portage, the Nanton building, roof-topping removals and the work that's being done there for waterproofing prep. So that work had to be completed. I think we mentioned that actually even at the last meeting, and that was we identified it being in poor condition and must be removed to replace the topping material to apply that membrane. And I'm pretty sure we mentioned that at the last meeting. And yeah, everything else is status quo from what we communicated last month.
Okay, perfect. Motion to receive the verbal report.
So moved.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, preliminary design study, Chief Pegulas Trail Extension West, Main Street to Brookside.
Go ahead, Brett.
Okay, so in 2019, we presented the preliminary design for the Chief Pegulas Trail from Main Street to Brookside Boulevard. The design is still the same. We didn't change anything. It includes widening of the Kelowna Settlers Bridge plus 4-lane roadway and grade separations at Main Street and in Phillips. We did last year in 2024 early 2024 we updated the basis of estimate, the class 3 estimate, and the estimate was increased to 755 million from 449 million. So part of that is the fact that in 2019 we assumed a project start of 2020 and a completion of 2025. Now with this new estimate, we're looking at 2025 and a completion of 2031 theoretically, like obviously it's not starting this year, but that's what the estimate was based on. So the increase accounted for 5 years of inflation, plus there was a construction spike, construction cost spike in 2023 of about 25 to 30% as well. So that's kind of where we're at with that.
So you're saying it's basically inflation plus a construction spike?
Yeah, it's basically, there was basically a correction after COVID because of supply chain issues and things like that. And that was across the country.
So 5 years of inflation and the other was?
A construction spike, like it's just something,
Yeah.
an unanticipated correction in the industry. So those kind of things happened, and then also as part of this report, we've done a cost benefit analysis, a financial analysis and economic analysis that Tyler will speak to in a second as well. So the recommendation of the report is to proceed further with a value for money study. So that would be, the value for money study would be to look at project delivery options and mechanisms to deliver the project going forward, whether that be a public-private partnership or a design build or other options. So I'll let Tyler speak to those economic analysis.
Thanks, Brad. Yeah, so as part of this project, it's a very large transportation project. So as Brad mentioned, we've done 3 separate studies taking a look at this project through 3 different lenses. So the first lens is the benefit cost analysis. And because it's a public road, anybody can use a public road, there is no financial revenue that comes from it. So what we try and do is we try and quantify the benefits to the public of building the road, and then we monetize those benefits. So that's the benefit cost study. And then we do a financial impact study where we say, okay, one of the aspects of this project is when we build the road, it will enable land development in the northwest corner of the city. So precincts A, B, and D is one of a few infrastructure projects required for that land development to happen. So in that report, we take a look at all the projected revenues as a municipality will receive from that land development, and then all the projected costs, and we summarize that. And then the final piece is the economic analysis, where we say, okay, as part of that land development, there's an employment lands piece that will allow more jobs to be located in the city, which then is going to create economic output. It's going to create wages and salaries for workers, and it's going to generate taxes for all 3 levels of government. So at a high level, starting with the first study, the benefit cost study, we quantified benefits of this project over 50 years to be just shy of 650 million, so 648 million in benefits. And then that's in present value. And then we had 550 million in cost, and that's in present value as well. So it's going to look a bit different than the numbers Brad just told you, but we have the net present value at all. And so the result is it has a net present value, so benefits minus costs of $98 million. And a large part of those
50 years.
Yes. And so roughly half of the benefits of this project from a socioeconomic perspective are reduced travel times. So what Public Works does is they model out all the transportation habits in the north part of the city, what that looks like if we don't build the road, and what that looks like if we do build the road. And we assume that growth will continue even if we don't build the road in part. And from there, we then say, okay, well, what's the benefit if we do build the road? And that's a large part of that is saving commuters in the area and industry time from a more efficient transportation option. And then there's also other benefits associated with vehicle operating cost savings. So theoretically, it's going to be a shorter travel route for a lot of users. And so that will save users, depreciation, maintenance on their vehicles. It's not a lot, but it adds up for the millions of users that will use it every day. From there, we get into a little bit of pedestrian and cyclist benefits. So there is health benefits associated with inducing people to walk or cycle more. And so this project does have an active transportation component to it. And so when we install that infrastructure, if we get users to use that infrastructure, then it's going to make them healthier and it's going to provide enjoyment. And so there are ways we monetize that as well. And so those are sort of the main benefits of this project from a socioeconomic perspective over 50 years. And then on the financial side, so as I mentioned, it would enable land development to occur in that area. We go through all of the major municipal costs that are tied to the land. So that includes operating costs, police, fire, recreation. It includes road maintenance costs. So once those precincts get developed, those roads get turned over to us to maintain not just Chief Peguis Trail, but also the local roads in the neighborhoods. We account for that. And then we also take a look at the utility sides of things, so the operating costs. Yes, Councillor.
And so, excellent point, because I just wrote that down. What does the extension add to our structural deficit as well as maintenance costs, including snow clearing?
Yeah, so our
probably hasn't been that far into the weeds in terms of those costs, but we are considering all of that as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So it just at a high level, we think that once the area is developed over 75 years, it'll bring in approximately 6.5 billion in revenue, and it will cost roughly 4.8 billion in operating costs and capital costs to the municipality. And that's both for our operating budget and the utilities. Our full report, I know it's really long, but it goes into detail on all those things. And we do account for snow clearing of the regional and the local streets. We do account for the maintenance of those roads. So we try and take as many costs and revenues tied to the land as we can. And so the result is after 75 years, we think those three precincts will bring in approximately 1.8 billion more revenue than cost. The issue is that it takes about 36 years before the developments and all of the infrastructure required before the revenue starts exceeding that cost. So that's just the caveat with that analysis. And then the final piece is the economic impact. So the employment lands in the area are expected to accommodate roughly 5,700 jobs. And that's mainly in Precinct A, which is close to Centerport, close to the industrial parks that are already pre-existing in the area. And we think that'll accommodate some warehousing and industrial jobs. And so those jobs would be tied to about 1.4 billion in economic output, which translates to about 700 million in GDP and $286 million in wages that the people working on that land would earn. And then of course, from there, we then can take some data and assume that the government's, all three levels of government will get approximately 60 million annually in revenue once that area is fully built out. So that's sort of these reports in a nutshell.
Okay. Committee, do we have questions? Councillor Eady?
There was a calculation, if I'm correct, about internal rate of return over a period of time. And then there's, I think, an evaluation of if the three levels are in their recovery of revenue, something over 14 years or something.
Yes, that is correct. So on the benefit cost side, so when we just take a look at the socioeconomic benefits, the internal rate of return on that is 6.2%. And then on the financial land development piece, the internal rate of return is slightly different. It's at 7.1%.
Just to put those into perspective, our borrowing rates in the order of 5.5%. So when you've got internal rates of return that are higher than your borrowing rate, makes sense. Provides a strong case to move forward with the project, right?
It's not good.
It's not good.
The other, I had a question. Oh, all right. So the value for money, so it'll be looked at as the other extension to Largemortier was, it'll look at a P3. Internally, I have an understanding how you go about budgeting for something that may end up being a private-public partnership. I'm not going to say yay or nay at this point, but usually in that process, if that's what you're looking to do, I know on the Southwest Rapid Transit, that budget was padded so that in the end it would look really good, which it did. I think we say they didn't use somewhere between 40 and 60 million dollars that was budgeted. So in terms of the costing here, how rigorous were you for contingency or whatever?
So there is significant contingency in our basis investment, probably in the order of 20%, something like that. But our estimate was built on, and all of our estimates are built on a traditional design bid build type of budget. When we actually do the value for money study, that what we're gonna see whether that's the best value for the money to deliver it that way or to deliver it in some other method. P3 is just one of the options we're gonna look at.
Well, the budget could change.
We're looking at design build. It probably, well, if it changes, it should change for the better. Like this would be like, this is the baseline.
Private sector likes to look good, just saying. Versus you deliver a publicly delivered project.
Yeah.
The private sector's not so worried, right?
Okay, Councillor Sharma, this is in your area.
Okay,
What do you have?
yes, thank you for the report. We've been waiting for this for quite a while. It's very comprehensive. It's a natural next step to all of the other things we've been doing with this project, Brad. The preliminary design, the functional design, and here we are with this higher cost estimate. The long-term benefits, it was mentioned, the scale and the cost of the project is obviously very high, but the benefits are higher, so it's a positive cost benefit report. Would you say?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the reduced travel times in the area. The reductions are about 32 to 35%, as I understand it. Matt, can you speak to that a little bit, or Tyler?
Yeah, so the travel times, I think when Public Works goes and you use your traffic models, I think there's close to 1.8 million trips daily that occur in that section of the city. And so that's sort of the baseline that they were using to analyze how traffic flows would change. And that scales up to I think about 2.2 million trips by 2050. And so when you take a look at all of those trips and their traffic models, not all of them are using Chief Peguis Trail. So the reduction for the average user, like whole 1.8 million per day, it's actually really small. But when you take a look at those users who are directly going east to west in the city or vice versa, I do believe that for those particular set of users, there's significant travel time reductions. I think I'd have to go into the report. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but it is. I do think it is in the order of about 30%.
And it's gonna take traffic off of neighboring streets.
Right, exactly. I mean, we know
It's gonna be a benefit.
Mhm. Thank you, Matt. That was gonna be my point. I mean, obviously, we all know the economic outputs we're gonna see from this extension being built. But there's also a lot of benefits right in the area. We're trying to unlock precincts A, B, and D. But precinct, G is halfway there to being finished. Aurora at North Point is just about finished. There's one phase left, a small phase. Amber Gates is built out. So we're starting to see, I won't call it full out congestion, but we're getting there. And we're also densifying, as Waverly West has been for many years, all about that and moving people and goods efficiently in the area. So this project is important. I think the other levels of government are paying attention. That's what I've heard. They're interested in this project, and we certainly can't go it alone. We need that support from other levels. The next step, Brad, in terms of the value for money study, the recommendations that you're looking to make, can you talk about the timelines a little bit? And again, it's not just K3, you mentioned that before.
Yeah,
That's
so
not the only model we're gonna be looking at.
we're doing a similar study for Route 90 right now, so after council approves this report.
Is it going to council?
Yes, this goes to council. So after council approves the report this month or doesn't, whatever, so then within the next couple of months, we would put out an RFP for the same sort of study that we're doing for that's just the value for money study, looking at these different project delivery options.
Is that the same kind of report for Kingston, did you say?
Yes.
And who does this type of work? What kind of firms, consultants?
It's usually financial firms. With Route 90, we have Deloitte with AECOM because we're actually looking at some of the construction staging, trying to make it more efficient.
Mhm.
So
firms like that. And
Firms
what's
like
the
that.
timeline on getting the report back here?
Well,
Or does it go somewhere else? in
For
the
Route
system?
for Route 90, we awarded it in December. We'll get it back probably June, July after we do a market sounding. Talk to companies right now. We have expression of interest out right now to have firms that be interested in talking to us about it. So probably by the fall for that one. So, you know, kind of moving it up forward, you're probably looking at early 2026 for this. He's gonna, if it takes a little same amount of time to do that based on the study.
Now, this report, we're hoping for it to come a while ago. Things take time, so this value for money study might be coming in 2026. Can we not piggyback it with the Keniston and get it back this year? Like, I'm surprised it's gonna be into the following year.
Well, it's still like about a half a year. It's about a half a year's worth of work probably, so I think we could probably have it ready before the next budget cycle is complete.
That would be this year then.
Well, I guess.
Well, at the end of the
He
year.
means the next 4-year
Yeah.
budget.
Well, this report was, you know, it's a little late. So we need to get cracking on that value for money.
Before the next election, so we could talk about it.
Yeah.
As much
So
as
what
probably saying.
timelines do you have in this report in terms of the schedule?
We don't have a timeline
We
in
don't.
the report.
Okay, maybe we can put one in because Keniston just got a word in December. We dealt with it just in the fall and now the report's gonna be here in the summer. And this is maybe 2026. So I think if we can have some parameters around when we expect it back, because this is one of the mayor's
Think you could
priorities.
get
as well.
spring of next year? That's like,
For sure we could.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking like early next year we have it back. Like if we bring Route 90 in September, October, I'm sure we could probably do
That's
Chief
a
Higgins
year
like
and a-
January or something like that.
That's a year, right?
Okay.
But Keniston is coming back in June or July.
No, well, not the council. Like we'll finish our study June, July, then we'll write a report and bring it in the fall.
Well, I'd like this done as, you know, sooner than later.
Yeah, we would move it through as quickly as we can.
So what are the exact next steps? It goes to council and then you're putting it on RFP.
Yeah, we have the
It's
funding
probably
already.
ready, almost ready.
The
The RFP?
RFP document, no, but we would be following the template from Route 90, so it wouldn't be very hard to put it together. We've already done it once, so. The next one should be a little bit faster.
Right, good.
Okay, Counselor Edie?
Sorry, just, I can never get this straight. So precincts A and B and D, is precinct C the Edward Inkster? Is that C?
I think that's good.
D- Oh, I thought D was over along Mullard Road and south of that. Do any of you know where the precincts are that you're talking about, A, B, and D, which I think you said potential of 15,000 households and.
Yes, so precincts A, B, and D, they're all adjacent to one another. Precinct A is all the way at the west side of the city, the northwest corner of Winnipeg, and then.
Hold it northwest corner, so it abuts Rosser.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay,
And then next to it is precinct B.
so heading easterly.
Yes, heading from west to east. And then again, following that is precinct D. So those lands are largely agricultural right now.
Right now, I know.
Yeah, that's all,
But that's all just south of Mullard Road, all you know where the
north.
Sikh Society, Gurdwara is. Okay. All right.
Okay,
Yeah, I just.
any other
just wanted-
questions?
So this is being, our recommendation is that this goes to a value for money study.
Correct, that's the recommendation.
We're not approving the budget or anything like that.
No. Better value for money assessment. for
Yep.
Business
Good,
case and
good.
alternative.
Yep.
And the funding's already in place for that.
It's
Okay, all right, can I have a motion?
Madam Chairperson.
Counselor Reedy is gonna move it, all right?
Sure.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, number 8. I'm gonna highway overpass at Abinogi.
Okay, so this report is to delegate authority to the CAO to award a contract that exceeds the public service delegation of $10 million. So the delegation would be up to $25 million. And that would include, the initial award and any over expenditures up to that limit that occur on the construction contract.
Why do they want that?
So we're tendering today.
Like today?
Today. It should be posted on MERS today.
Okay.
It would close on April 2nd. So we have to award it within 2 weeks.
Hey, why do you have to award it within 2 weeks?
Because the contractor needs to have time to set up and mobilize and get on site by May 1st. So that's.
So you can,
Getting the work done.
you can do a turnaround in 2 weeks to award it.
It's not easy, but yes.
I've got some $100,000 shade structure and they need 6 weeks to do it. I got other towing contracts that give them a verbal award.
The normal time frame is probably 4 to 6 weeks to do something. We're gonna force it through.
Well, there's funkiness going on in the purchasing department.
Well,
Like,
it's not purchasing, it has nothing. When a contract's awarded, we have to write a report, so there's a lot of financial
Right,
things that go
right,
into them.
Right.
So we have to get purchasing approved, purchasing looks at the report, legal looks at the report, they're both relatively quick. It's actually going through all the financial analysis and everything. Sometimes with contracts like these, we have to get concurrence from other departments because there's water and wastewater.
Right. And you're telling me on this volume, this value of project, you can get that turned around internally in 2 weeks?
But that's on a micro level because this is one project where we've got like a couple of financial analysts that are working on like 30 of them. So we know they can't do it on a daily basis.
No, I think 2 weeks is fantastic.
It is
If it takes
fantastic.
$100,000, takes 6 weeks to get approved.
Yeah. No, I hear you. It's a
Like,
long
it's
time.
just, the consistency around this place is just unbelievable.
No, you're talking about levels of priority and what our priorities are. The reason why, as Brad had alluded to, is we need to have this in place at a specific time. That's the difference. And again, if something's getting done over the summer, it's not gonna kick a priority like this down the review list. So what Brad was saying is, when you have somebody looking at 30 to 50 of these, right, it's about
Sure,
priority.
sure.
So some of them are not a priority, and every once in a while, one of those might be yours, right? And those are the two that you mentioned are one. And this is very important for the timing, and it's always been identified. Oh.
We would have liked to have gotten it sooner. It's a complex project to design. We finished the preliminary design in the fall. It's just taking time to get it.
Okay, so I missed why you want this delegated authority to be higher. Why?
Because the value of the contract is going to exceed 20 million.
Right.
So instead of having to come to standing policy committee to award it or getting a special meeting,
It's a 2-year project. You're saying the
Two-year
first one
project.
is more than 20.
it's the full project. We're going to award it once. The full 2-year construction will be awarded at once to one contractor. So we need to get it out early because it's partly the timing of U of M classes. It's partly the Grey Cup coming up.
Yeah,
We
no, I
need to get
know.
the first phase done by September.
Okay, so, yeah, I hear you on that. Okay.
The other part of that is that if we don't have the delegated authority, every time we have an over expenditure, we have to come to committee with a report to get you to authorize.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
No, I'm not done yet. Just wait here, Councilor Edie. So when will this new ramp be constructed? Is that phase 1 or phase 2?
That I can get back to you on.
Okay.
I don't have that answer today.
Okay, and then we're still talking about, I'll talk to Councillor Chambers about it because it's impacting a lot of his people too. If we'll do some kind of awareness about it or not. I mean, maybe not, so. Okay, Councillor Edie?
Sorry. Okay. It's 25 million is the budget, right?
No, the budget's 30.5 million.
30.5.
But the contract, we're looking for authority to award a contract and over expenditures up to 25 million of that budget. We do have engineering and other costs in the budget.
Okay, so the only reason I ask is, it sounds like this is something that's going to require reporting to the finance committee.
Yes, this is a major capital project, so yes, we will.
So even if we give delegated authority, it still has to be reported. to-
Yeah, but the quarterly reports we do are kind of after the fact. They're like usually several months behind.
I understand, but there's some transfer accountability.
Yeah,
At
yeah.
that level, right?
Yep.
No,
reported
no,
on a
because when
quarterly
you give
basis.
away delegated authority, you're worried about accountability and stuff, right? So this is gonna be reported to finance committee. The other question I forgot, you, Marcus, can go on.
Sure.
I have one more though, and just can't remember what it was.
You mentioned that Grey Cup is here this fall. Great. U of M is also doing work on University Crescent. How's this going to impact
Yes,
that work?
it's actually the city doing work on University Crescent, and that kind of timing works out because there's gonna be less traffic, being able to force through the turn left, like we will allow left turns, like southbound lefts onto University Crescent, but there's only gonna be one lane instead of two. It's gonna be less, so more people are gonna have to go through the Chancellor Knott instead of things like that.
So
Yeah,
how much-
that's also a 2-year contract that's actually completing this year.
How much substantive completion will there be at this site for Grey Cup?
Yes, so we're gonna do it in 2 stages. We're gonna fully open the road after stage 1 in September, October. And then start up in stage 2 in next spring.
2026.
Yeah, so roads will be fully open for the winter.
I remember.
Okay, Councillor Ady.
Is this a project that the new chief construction officer will be looking at?
I don't know if he will be or not.
Okay. All right.
So far, we've done okay on our own.
Okay, any other questions on this?
I'm willing to move the report.
Okay, it's a very exciting project. Thank you very much, you guys.
Recommendation of public service to provide delegated authority to the CAO.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Thanks, Ben.
Okay, our favorite report.
So even before you start on this, thank you, item 9, updated motor vehicle noise policies. I kind of chased this down and looked through Demas, and it kind of suggests that it was Councillor Klein, former Councillor Klein, that initiated this, when I know that it was me, yeah.
Well, there's 2. Okay,
Yeah.
there's 2. There's muffler noises, those kind of noises. And then there's the one that I brought forward was the
Paradise
35-year one, which is
Oh.
the barriers along
Yeah.
sound.
1984. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
noise study.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's fun. People get them confused.
But in my motion, I talked about mitigation of vehicles, that modified vehicles, as well as noise attenuation around the perimeter highway, which this is.
Either way, it's not getting done, so let's hear it.
To answer that question, and thank you for the question, this study, the 1980 study report only looks at the noise from standard traffic. But yes, we've also been talking in Winnipeg about noisy vehicles, motorcycles and the like. So the report that we intend to do is going to capture both. So
Well,
we've been
you say
talking.
both, but the third one is engine retarder brakes, and I know that.
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
a
anything that
bylaw.
makes noise on the roads is captured within this study when it gets done. And we just have been unable to just get started on it. We've scoped the work, we've got the plan in place, but the staff members who are in charge of working on this have been working on many other projects right now at the same time. And so this one's just fallen to the end of the list of things to do. So that's why we've got this time built into this 270 days. It's intended to get the thing out the door with an RFP. Like we've got we did an RFP, a request for qualifications on this. We had 2 companies submit proposals to us that they're ready to do the work. We just haven't awarded it yet. So we're trying to get this back onto the to-do list We were working on getting business cases done for the asset management, getting the new projects we wanted to do taken care of. And so just slipped to the bottom of the pile. So we apologize for that. We still intend to do it. We've got it all scoped out. We're gonna get started on it. Just need the time to work on it, get it done, go to stakeholders and do the project in a full swing.
So how many days?
We said 270 days.
270.
So in looking at this report, it's been May
Yeah.
4th, 270 days, May 8th, 270 days, March 5th, 60 days, May 7th, 90 days, and you want an additional 207 days?
The project is, it's a research project that will be done by a consultant for us, looking at best practices and giving us a report on what to do next. Like,
So since November of 2021, no work has been done whatsoever on this?
work's been done to scope it, and we've done separate reports, and we've spoken already to the province about getting something done about the vehicle noise, about the individual vehicles. We talked about what the other cities had done with the spot speed, the noise cameras, like they're similar to the speed cameras, where if a noise is detected, it snaps a photo and figures out who made that noise, whether it was a construction truck or a bus or a hot rod car. And we sent that information. We went to the province with it. We sent the letter, I believe council sent a letter to the province. Can we explore this? Province said we're not willing to look at this at this time. So it went dormant for a while. And now it came up with, now that we're doing an update to the 1980 study on road noise, we can include this again and revisit it, was the intent.
Good, because I'm telling you, our roads are getting much louder. Being a blind traveler, it's not fun.
But interesting enough, how many cities do this evaluation and come back with a 65 decibel close proximity standard to what's been in place since 1984 here in the city of Winnipeg?
So, and that's fine, and that's understandable. It's not just a matter of noise levels, it's a matter of frequency, and our roads are much more busy. So when you're at 65 decibels at a constant, it's quite irritating.
But that becomes more of what Councillor Lutz through the chair was the noise barrier.
Yeah, the newer updates to these reports talk about what kind of mitigation measures can be used. Do we just use the concrete walls, which everyone's familiar with? Can we use other materials for them? Can we use trees for them? Can we make changes to how the buildings are designed with different kinds of cladding and windows? And that's where the idea of doing this study is not just to say, take the old study, put a new title page on it and say, new study is the same as the old study. It's adding any extra information that we can work with our colleagues in, say, PP&D to redesign how the buildings are to be less sort of suffering from the noise that's out there.
Anyway, get us done, that'd be great.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's our only option. So 270 days from now would be, when you're looking at.
Early next year.
Oh, yeah, okay.
6 months.
So January of 2026.
Thereabouts, yeah.
And if we get that report done before then, we'll bring it in before then.
Okay, it's up to 270
Yeah,
days.
like up to.
Okay,
Okay, so we've made that adjustment on the time. Okay,
the motion?
all right, Councillor Chambers is moving the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay,
Number 10 is speed limits for active transportation pathways. We're asking for an extension of 60 days. We've been talking internally about this and talking to other cities about how they actually do the enforcement of speed limits for bicycles. We don't want to propose something that's impossible to enforce, obviously, and there's some challenges other cities have faced in trying to implement these rules, like do they station police cars around parks and things like that? Do they have to require every bike to have a speedometer on it? So although we understand the rationale for it, but we are taking this seriously, but we're talking to other cities further about this, as well as our legal services department. And so we submitted an interim draft report internally. We've got some feedback on that, and we're trying to resolve those questions before we bring it to standing policy committee. So
What about, again, from a proactive standpoint, a public education campaign around, now that we've introduced e-bikes and scooters and whatnot, a public education campaign about excessive speed can still injure if not kill.
That is part of the work that we're planning. I don't want to unveil, but like, let it all out before it's ready, but in talking to our road safety branch and with active transportation, they're talking about the idea of the education component of this and sharing the multi-use pathways and being sort of like courteous to the other users that are out there. That is a big piece of the education we're doing for all transportation modes. It's going to be a part of this. So that's a piece of it.
When I was younger and running track back in the 1800s, anytime we were passing somebody, they would be on the right and we would kind of,
Yeah, slow movers on one side and the ones that are passing. And maybe you would say, I'm passing you, just coming up on your right, something like that. Go a long way to making this a safer and more comfortable environment.
Helmets for scooter riders, mandatory?
The best practices say not to make things mandatory, but heavily encouraged. It's something that we're looking at too. All the ideas are on the table. There's nothing off the table.
So the last time you were here, you said you were waiting to see what Velo Quebec was doing.
That's right. We received that information, I believe, from Velo Quebec as well as some other cities. There's a couple of cities that are also exploring this at the same time we are. So we wanted to sort of see what they've done. So
Velo Quebec, I haven't looked on their website. Have they decided what they're doing?
I don't know if they've decided what they've done publicly. I think we've got an interim, sort of not ready for prime time version of it from them right now.
Okay.
And of course, we're constantly talking to our colleagues in other cities about what they're up to.
So these are for dedicated ones. It wouldn't be a speed limit like we have bike lanes on, say, Bannatyne and McDermott.
That's one of the questions that we've been talking to legal services about is, can we have multiple speed limits on the same corridor? Can you have one speed limit for regular traffic and you have one speed limit for the bike lane? That's sort of a question that's still an open question that we're kind of resolve right now.
Maybe it'll become moot when the pilot.
If we reduce the speeds on all the roads.
Yeah, when are those going?
Potentially, but we want a solution for this problem.
Well, it might not be on downtown streets, right? It's only for residential streets. Okay, anyway.
Okay, all right. So when are you coming back with this?
Yeah, that's a 60-day extension.
60 days, all right.
I'll move that report.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Now, this next one, no parking on St. Mary's. Counselor. So let's have a motion for a layover.
So moved.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. And then Counselor Chambers, this next one's yours. Traffic
Yes.
study at Allegheny and Dalhousie.
And I chatted with David earlier. The recommendation is to install a rapid flashing beacon. Thank
This
you.
is great. Like,
Yeah, this is
I go
fantastic.
on this all the time.
You were the area council before. How did you?
And I didn't have the population density that you do now. No, I never had the calls on this one really, but I know exactly it's across from the childcare
Yeah,
facility.
right
so,
from a childcare facility.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Yeah,
The residents of Port Richmond, thank the
No, this is good.
traffic engineering branch.
'cause it's a crazy street too.
Yeah. And it's a bend.
Oh, yeah, it's curved. It's just not good. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we'll receive this report. Motion, Councillor Chambers made the motion. All in favor? Carried. Okay, now this is Councillor Duncan's traffic study on Wilkes Avenue. So he was, oh, you weren't here when Councillor Duncan came, so he's asking for a traffic study. So
Speed study or?
It's actually, it's a combination study. There are 3 alternatives for making some interim improvements to connect to Wilkes from part of Charleswood to the north. And so there's differences in cost, there's differences in what the impact are on the community to the north. And so rather than just go with go with the least expensive 3 options, we want to look at all 3 options, talk to the community, make sure that the community is supportive of the option that we ultimately recommend, and then bring that back for consideration in the future. So we're asking for $600,000 for a study to do that, because it's not just a case of, it's quite expensive because of the public engagement and the community input that we want on the study, and also looking at the designs of the street corridors. So that's what we've asked for, that we had some internal discussion of this. Is this, like, this is a lot of money to be asking for a study for this area. So the recommendation is what it is. We could either accept it and move forward with it, or we could discuss it further if there's a need to take this one back.
Where would the money come from?
The money hasn't been approved yet because we're recommending that it go through the investment planning process, which again, business cases were submitted. This one was submitted in anticipation that there possibly would be support for it. And then it goes into the review criteria to rate it and rank it.
In the business case.
In the investment planning process.
Makes sense.
It's
Like,
part of
I've
that.
heard about all the problems
So
along
it
the
goes there,
there.
just consider, saying do it just yet.
No, that's correct. Yeah.
So how long does that take?
Well, they started their challenge sessions have already, they've gone through, I think, their second challenge session since January 27th when they were
This one?
submitted. Well, there's a list of projects. And so this would have been one of those ones that goes through that challenge session.
Okay, so
okay.
just so I understand before you go further on this challenge session.
I have one more question.
I was just gonna send you back to the asset management website, which I did the last time you asked this question.
Okay, so you're putting it through that, you've not like just at the high level that you understand it to be.
Business case, yeah.
Last question.
Sure.
So did the Bill Clement, there was a levy fund or whatever for traffic issues in Charleswood, Wilkes is part of it.
Yes, there is.
So
Good-
there's
good memory.
money in that reserve, right?
Yep, there's money in it, positive.
Can you not utilize that reserve for Wilkes? Because Wilkes is, like, that runs along the railway there too, right?
Yeah, it's a council has to approve it, right?
But we still have to prove it, but there's money specifically for Charleswood in a reserve, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I guess he could use that if he wants to apply that to the construction of it or to the class 5
Yeah,
estimate.
that would be, that will,
200,000 for a
once
study.
we get through that, like, again, when we take that step through the investment planning process, we would look at avenues of funding, right?
That's
If it
when you go
becomes
to
a
some
part. Yeah.
funds.
Okay, good.
Okay, we've had other projects similar go through that process in the past. That's the right way to do this.
Anyway, I'm good with moving it to that process.
And I understand the challenges as well that Counselor Duncan brought forward. I mean, we've seen the reports in the past and doing the reports and then undoing them, you know, all of that. So I understand where he's coming from. And then we've got similar situations across the city. You know, Pipeline Road's finally gonna get hopefully paved, but it went through some planning routes as well, investment planning, business case, et cetera. So things take time. Yeah, years, yeah.
Even in 98 pipeline.
Yeah.
We have a thought today, 4 years.
So what would be the recommendation for this then, to put it through the, Jim? the
Investment planning process, yeah. That's like, and again, as it was stated in the executive summary, and it's on the bottom of page 8 and the top of page 9 on what the investment planning process is. But again, that's we got to go through that process, and again, all our projects have to have a business case and go through that lens to have supported funding. That's the way our work is.
Okay, so when are we going to get this back then?
The first will be as part of the budget process, the 2026 budget process, which really is in July, right? July of this summer.
So what's coming back in July?
Well, July is the start of
considering it in
the
the
budget development. So if it hits the criteria and it's ranked, then it's up there.
We won't know when, like.
Well, we will know on the budget presentation. If it falls out, we would inform the local area councillor if it didn't meet the criteria.
That would be fall of 25.
Because we gotta be caught, like, again, there's a number of projects that go in through the budget process. And if you wanna have everything approved prior to the budget process, you no longer have a budget process. So,
Yeah, that's true.
yeah.
Okay, so basically nothing's coming back to this committee, is what you're saying?
Not the final report would, if it's approved. So if it's approved to proceed,
Does he know this?
it's
Yeah,
the
we can keep it
documentation.
accountable.
Yeah.
Well,
This is the right way, Madam Chair. I think it'll get what he
Yeah,
needs
yeah.
information and we can continue to liaise with the department. I
Okay.
think what we have before us was a good start. This is what we need to have any action on this.
Yeah. Well, the Willing Glen Parkway won't be going through in my lifetime, I'm sure. And we know there's major issues out here, so we have to look at options, right? So, okay, who wants to move this? All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, Goods Movement Advisory Committee Annual Report. It's pretty self-explanatory.
Yes, there were several delegations this morning that came to talk about this. Those are members of the GMAC group, and yes, the GMAC group's been operating for a year now. It's had meetings almost monthly. We have a number of meetings, and there's really good discussion that takes place there. They are bringing to the city's attention topics that haven't been discussed with Public Works, like in the detail that they now are. So that's really great. They have been talking about several topics they wanted to see sort of promoted and taken seriously by the public service. One of those is like, it's right there in the recommendations. We're talking about the need to sort of work with the province, work with the RMs on issues impacting freight movement. And so where we sort of were set back a step by losing that 2025 plan that was being done by the capital region, they just wanted to make sure that we keep moving on this, we keep taking this seriously, and that we look for ways we can work on freight movement and prioritize it.
Okay, so when it says that City Council requested the province of Manitoba through the Premier, so what does that mean? Is that a letter that we send to these guys, or what specifically does that mean?
I think a letter would be part of it. I think whenever there would be opportunities for further discussion of this we keep this topic on the front burner and not just
Like it's
Yeah.
ridiculous that we have to do this, to the point that we have to do this. This should just be happening.
Through the chair, 100%, and I think what you heard is that's what everybody's belief is, but it appears through the advisory group that isn't necessarily what is transpiring. So one of the challenges that everybody has is that we're, you see a provincial announcement, for example, on jobs, and the jobs don't correlate to a certain strategy. So the jobs on infrastructure, how do they correlate to the strategy on infrastructure? And they're not aligned. And so you can see that in some of the information that's being public, not internal, what we see as public citizens. And so, and then you would expect with that strategy, there was a plan on that infrastructure. And we're not hearing that consistency of that direction. So we may assume that all parties are all aligned and we're all flowing, or we send a support letter or a letter of concern or support that says we're not sure and we think this is necessary, as all parties agree. And I don't know what else to offer.
I look at countries that have 300 million people that have an incredible road network. And you gotta wonder, here we're 1.8 million people and we're having sent letters to each other. We have no money. None of us have any money to begin with. I'm glad this Trump thing is going down, because it's gonna make us actually talk to each other and horizontally so that we can maximize what resources we have internally. Because what was that issue up in Barati's ward where one road
That was the Gateway Raleigh
landed in your
extension.
favor?
Yeah.
Just no one talking to each other.
Talk to each other, and when we have a solution, make that solution happen. That's the other challenge, is that there's one thing about talking at the top level, but then the staff below have to work together.
Hope for the best.
So the only thing on this report, the critical path states this committee, but it would actually have to go to council.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. I'll talk about it there too.
Oh, right.
Okay.
And I want to emphasize, there are other topics we've been talking about within this GMAC group. They
Yes.
have some other reports that they'd like to see come to Standing Policy Committee in the future.
Yep.
One of the topics they've been talking about is how we don't build freeways in Winnipeg.
Yes.
And that was a result back from the 1970s.
Want to show the motion? Mhm.
As we move forward with some of the work that we're doing as follow-up to the Transportation Master Plan, talking about the strategic road network,
Mhm.
there may be a need to revisit some aspects of freeways. I'm not saying just build freeways, but some of the stuff that they're talking about trade corridors,
Yes.
and making it more efficient for freight movement within the
Yes,
city.
totally agree.
There are aspects of the idea of freeways that we might want to revisit and use it sparingly within the city. And
Yeah.
that's just saying that the GMAC group wants to get onto the discussion, like into the conversation.
Over the years, there's not been signalized intersections we created online.
Okay.
Well, exactly, Elijah Moody is a great
That's
example.
ridiculous. It's a highway.
Yeah.
Okay, so someone want to move this report?
So moved.
Council Chambers, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Now, I think Councillor Wyatt wants to
Councillor
say
Wyatt wanted to get, he's mentioned to you.
60 days.
I'll move up
That's
to
really- that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Pedestrian scramble pilot. Look at, did we
Here we
see
go.
anyone here talking about it today? Did we see anyone show up to, well, one person?
There was a little tiny bit, yeah. One thing was not totally.
One.
Yeah.
Question on this.
Is there questions?
Is there an enhanced snow clearing during the winter time at these intersections? For the scramble to occur?
It wasn't planned, we may need to take,
Why would it
I don't know why it would need it, it's not gonna be that the center of the intersection is gonna be used by pedestrians. It's
Well,
still gonna
but
spread
it's
across.
going to be the curbs and the sidewalks. That's where I'm talking about.
But we do that, we do a fantastic job already.
Okay.
Thirtieth, really, it's close to the city hall, it's just across the street there.
Well, I was gonna say that's, both streets are plowed off. Constantly, it's part of downtown.
I was gonna say, we have the snow removal program.
In
The loan
downtown.
haul
I just
program.
wanted it on the public record.
In downtown.
Thank you.
Because all we're doing really is putting signs up and changing signal
Signal
times.
timing, yeah, and a bit of publicity for it.
Right, so to the representative's presentation today, he was kind of keen on maybe doing some of these other areas that you noted in the report.
Yeah, I spoke to staff about the idea of doing many at once, and
Right.
I think that
Doing where?
our recommendation is not to do multiple locations at once,
Sure.
just to do this one as the trial. And if we have talked to the biz, David Pensanto at the biz.
Oh, you did.
In the future, we may expand this, we may,
Right.
if it's becoming a success, if it's gotten well received. Right now, we just want to do the one pilot and take it from there.
So then the question is, will the timing for vehicles, like one of the delegates said today.
He
that-
said he was almost like the sky is falling with the amount of delay that's gonna happen to vehicles. We're talking about 10 seconds, 20 seconds delay. It's just the time it takes to cross one edge of it and then the 90-degree edge to it. So it's a very small intersection. If you've been to Kingdom Bannatyne, it's one of the tiniest intersections we probably have in the downtown. It's only a couple of lanes. So it's not gonna be excessive delay, and if it does have gigantic operational issues, then it won't be a very long pilot, but we think, looking at the traffic, looking at the pedestrian counts that we've got there, we think that it's gonna be a success. So that's why we're proposing it as a trial to check it out, see how it operates and report back on it.
Okay, cool. I have some questions just regarding that. So I like the idea you're going with the cheap option because I don't think a scramble intersection where you have a curb cut all around the corner is gonna work for anybody, which is what they do at scramble intersections, I believe.
Right.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
If they have the
We fought against that in the 1990s, okay? That ain't happening, right? That's not happening.
Not at this time, no.
Cause I've seen around the whole radius curb cut. You don't know where the hell you are.
That's the challenge with these scrambles is that for those who are like those don't have vision issues, know where they're going, but if you need to use the curb cut and the bumps to figure out where you are, those pads that we have, then yeah, you need those cues as well as the audio cues to tell you how to travel across the intersection.
But yeah, it's just when you get to the other side, you got a curb cut, you don't know if you're off the road or not. Okay?
Yeah, well,
It's pretty simple.
alignment, it's important,
Yeah.
crossing the street.
Yeah,
So,
but
so
I
that
just
has
wanted-
that right now at 3 of the locations, I think.
there are some of those, I noticed one right.
King and Bannock.
I noticed one right across the street that way. Yes, on Market. Who did that? Who did that? Who let that happen by the concert? Anyway, I'll leave you alone on that, but the city councilor wasn't very impressed when he went to go get the bus and then come back to council. It's not a nice thing to do to somebody. All right. So, but off of that, just on the scramble intersection, I like the idea you're not doing that. So the curb cuts that are there, they work fine. So anybody who wants to do the diagonal cut will walk onto the road and then go, right?
We're telling people not to do the diagonal, we're gonna sign it, so we don't want people to do the diagonal. Whether in practice they will do the diagonal will be the.
Well, I'm not doing it,
No.
but people who can see
We
or
don't-
use wheelchairs, why wouldn't they? But
The idea of this is that all 4 legs of the existing intersection are impossible, we don't want people cutting across the diagonal. We're gonna sign it as such, that was.
then it's not a
They
scramble
made it clear
intersection.
they want the scramble
All these
without
different
that
kinds of scrambles.
diagonal, yeah. This is
So
a
what's
type
the
of scramble, doesn't need the
scramble? So you just close off the lights and it's just a square crossing
Yeah, the motorists will stop
and you don't allow diagonal. Like, I don't want to stop people who can see or whatever from doing what they gotta do, but you just don't want, what you can't do, it'll cause problems for, people who can't see, but, so if you're maintaining the 90-degree stuff in each direction, well, almost 90 degrees, because a lot of our streets don't align perfectly to the intersection, but so this one it won't offer up a diagonal, although I don't know why you wouldn't allow that, to test it out.
The issue was that it would require additional signal heads and it would require a extra audio signal for what the diagonal sound, because we've got the cuckoo and the cheep. We'd have to come up with a third sound. And right now there's no standard.
Come on, David, you can do it. What would the third one be?
Let's be clear, I just want to be clear. This blind guy who is pretty independent, isn't gonna do a diagonal.
Right.
Gonna cross the way I always cross. So, but why you would prevent why would somebody who can see need an extra?
Well, there are a couple of things with the pilot is that based on the infrastructure that's currently located there, because you want to
Yeah,
do
we
a
want it to be a low cost
right?
option using existing.
So
infrastructure.
the King and Bannatyne one with the AT and then the fact that we have signal infrastructure located at the corners of the crossing on, I think, 2 of the 4. So there would be a little more extensive additional cost. So I think they want to first of all see, determine the timing impacts to the 4th crossing, right?
Yeah, we want to check out to see if real life matches up with what we modeled.
Okay,
So it's
Yeah,
not that's
we'll get
a
an idea.
publicly used space.
And so the concept here, so no diagonal, which is okay, that's fine, but so what you're doing is pedestrians are protected in that there's no motor vehicle traffic going through the intersection.
That's right, yeah.
In any direction.
Right.
That's what's having all solved.
Which is a safer intersection, okay, all right. I'm willing to move the recommendation.
Great, thanks, Councillor Eady. Okay, so Councillor Eady is going to move the pedestrian scramble pilot recommendation. When do you think that will start? When will you guys put it in? Should have asked
I think it was just this summer we're planning on doing that.
some of the timeline on it.
I'll check it out.
Don't really see a timeline. It would be great. I mean, if it's just signs
Well,
and
there's all this
signaling, of course you want, are you gonna paint up the road?
I don't think that had been planned, but I know that kind of street art is really popular. I think maybe talk to Cool Streets, maybe get something in place.
Which I asked you.
But in the summer, it's great. There's lots of pedestrians in the neighborhood. You got Old Market Square, you got all.
Okay, Councillor Edie made the motion. We're looking at a short summer timeframe to get it up and running.
Yeah, and the idea is to report back April 2026 on how effective it was throughout the year.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, item number 17 and item number, we'll start with 17.
Yeah, so this is a request for us to take a look at putting in a granular pedestrian path along Chalfont. This would it would be a combination of not just active transportation branch, but other branches within the transportation division. So we'll take a look at this, and I guess the challenge is going to be if we have to make any changes to trees, have talked to forestry as well. We're going to ask for 240 days maximum to come back with a report on it. And it's not just the report, it's also the CAD for the design of it.
Sure. That brings it to when? 240.
It's 3 quarters of a year.
So you'll come back with a ballpark price?
Yeah.
And then we can look at it, and if they want to throw it into the budget, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, come back. We have the design and the pricing and so I think it's 8 months.
So,
Sorry.
sorry, but
I'm just like this one on Chalfont. I think he just wants gravel.
That's why I think it's the idea is follow the sort of design line, the gold path that's already out there. So we don't typically do a lot of granular paths because there's a concern about trying to maintain them throughout the entire year and accessibility concerns, but in some places they have merit, so.
Parks insists on gravel. They don't want to do asphalt. So.
Right, because of the tree roots, the damage to the tree roots. So we'll look for this solution and we'll come back and.
so I'm looking at Google Maps here, and I've gone down to street level, and I see there's a kind of a beaten path.
Yeah.
Is that where he's suggesting that it would?
I think that's the starting point for what we'd be looking at. Obviously, sometimes these design lines are not the safest place to put it, and there's maybe drainage issues, so we need to take a look at, but something like that will be what we're gonna propose.
So that would be on the east side.
Yeah.
Of Chalfont Road.
Yeah.
Okay.
So next steps, we're gonna get the cost.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we give you cost and drawings and have it ready to put it to take the next steps with it, yeah.
Then again. if
Or
it's
he may
at-
have funding, and he's got funding too.
If it's added, again, as an AT pathway potentially, it would be plowed during the winter time.
We were talking to Michael Cantor about how we maintain these, and there's techniques for doing it. We just make sure we come up with something that can be maintained, or it would have to be, we have to sign it to say it's out of service during the winter time.
So.
That's what we'll have to explore when we do this report, will be what the solution will.
So if it's a granular surface, would you dig down 9 inches, create a base, put some landscaping?
Probably have to do something like that, yeah. So it's trying to find a way to do it without doing like tons of damage to the forest that's there, like we're trying to put something in, but also like the root's gonna be close to the surface. So that's gonna be something we have to consider as well. What's the solution? To put something that's gonna be usable, it's not gonna need tons of maintenance or be full of puzzles. It's gonna take some thinking and analysis.
There are tools that we can use on Google Maps to measure the distance.
Yes. Right click on the bottom corner.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so who's gonna move that? Are you moving that, Councillor Edie?
Madam Chairperson, I just wanted to say, I'm just reading that the City of Winnipeg Public Works Department has officially received the accreditation from the American Public Works Association.
Yes, I wanted to bring that up as new business today.
Just going back to this question about the length, this is approximately 1 kilometer long.
It's, no, 2.13 kilometers, 1.33 miles.
I guess I was just measuring Chalfont and Grant to Chalfont.
Chalfont and Grant to Chalfont and Cordon or Roblin Boulevard.
All right, well, thank you for that update. Yeah.
How many days was requested?
240.
And what budget would this come out of, that remains to be seen?
That would remain to be seen. Like, obviously, there's a lot of demands for sidewalks throughout the city and pathways. Possibly through AT's budget, possibly from TIP.
And where are we at with the sidewalks that I keep asking about? We'll talk offline.
We'll talk about.
Okay, so who's moving that?
Sidewalk gaps, Jim?
Pardon me?
Sidewalk gaps.
So this is a request
Yeah.
for a study, I'm sorry, I didn't.
As part of our active transportation planning. Well, you can't hear when two people are.
And you're laughing because we know they exist still, right?
There's so many gaps.
There's
to
so
make
many
sense.
gaps and sidewalks keep increasing cost as well.
Champion, where's the deficit?
Pardon me?
For AT, where is the deficit?
Massive.
No, where?
Where is the deficit?
In the northwest.
Oh, in the northwest, well.
What did you say, sorry?
Sleeping on the job, I guess.
No, what did you say?
Northwest.
Yeah. So we do want to, and this is good, but I want to circle back to that.
Okay, hey, let's get this motion.
What's
moved.
this is coming from community committee?
Yes, coming from community committee, so if we could have a mover to move it along and then they'll do the study.
Okay, so how much is it gonna cost to do the study?
Well, no, the department's going to do it and come back and say it's gonna cost X amount.
Oh,
Okay, Councillor Edie is moving it, in favor? Carried. And the last one is similar, same thing,
Similar, not as long a corridor, but in a challenging location.
yes.
So I believe my staff said the same thing, 240 days. And if they can get done before that, they would bring it back.
Yeah, this one, this is like desire line ground into the ground like there's no tomorrow, so.
Yeah, but also like a very heavy, like
Well, it's
traffic
heavy.
there, it's the edge of the city, similar issues to it, here.
Telephone
other
poles,
edges of the city.
electrical boxes, rail lines,
Yeah,
okay. Okay, would someone like to move this?
I'll move it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Motion to adjourn?
No, motion for new business, let Jim talk about this.
Yeah, I would just like to raise the business of the APWA reaccreditation. And if the committee so chooses, we can hear that.
Okay, I'll suspend the rules.
Okay, okay, let's hear it.
So again, in 2025, Winnipeg Public Works Department has been reaccredited. It's our 5th time as an agency in Winnipeg to be an accredited American Public Works Association status. The key or some of the positives for us is that we're the only municipality in Canada that achieved the APWA accreditation. And it's something that you have to apply yourself if you want to be a part of the 30,000 plus professionals throughout America. And with that process, it runs through a standard set of criteria, right? You start off with your self-assessment. And really, at the end of the day, what you're doing is you're following a Public Works management practices manual. And what you're identifying within that manual is, are you meeting the core criteria right from strategic planning all the way through to your policies and work procedures? Are you meeting and improving upon those standards each and every accreditation timeframe every 4 years? We've been doing this. We commenced this 20 years ago when we first received our first snow and ice control award from the American Public Works Association. And one of the 4 identified best practices by APWA, not us, by APWA, was snow clearing and ice control here for the city of Winnipeg. So a very proud accomplishment, along with our pest management practices and well, integrated pest management. It's a big thing for us here in Winnipeg. Our parks areas maintenance guidelines and our execution of agreements. APWA recognized those 4 processes as leading. And again, what it does for us is it's once again, I would say, no different than the importance of core certification, where we get a certificate of recognition for the work that we do to show that we're leaders, in the industry. This is another opportunity for us to show to our staff that, we are putting ourselves up there. We are being evaluated by a leading agency, and that agency is informing us that we're meeting the standards of the American Public Works Association, which is one of the largest associations in North America. And for us, we're not doing this for recognition. It's part of our process. But again, our employees that are out there working for the community each and every day, and again, they receive, as you know, very little recognition. We got potholes right now, we got drainage issues right now, and the demands of the public and their expectations are immediate. And we want to ensure to the public as well as to our staff that we're doing the things necessary to put them in the best position possible. And programs like this that evaluate ourselves and allow us to see the processes where we need improvement, and we have a lot of them that continue on, that we have to make improvement, but we're putting it out there, we're challenging ourselves to be better, and then we're evaluating that. If we don't improve on what our past practices are, then we're not going to be reaccredited. So really, we're challenging ourselves to be continuous improvement, which is such a big, process here at the City of Winnipeg, and the vision and that not only council but the mayor has. So very proud.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I was gonna say congratulations. Actually, the police service goes through an accreditation on standards. Does this association, so you're doing the self-evaluation, but are they laying out standards that, like, you gotta answer each aspect under their accreditation?
The Public Works Management Practices Manual, which is a very extensive manual that everybody is held under, as long as, and depending on how large your public works group is. So for a lot of agencies, for example, water and sewer is part of public works. So in that case, we weren't evaluated on water and sewer because we have a separate department for that. But we brought in Parking Authority and Fleet this year for the first time because they're under the Public Works umbrella. So
how'd you do on Fleet?
We did very good. We passed there too. And again, we believe we're doing the things necessary to put ourselves in, at the right level, in the right steps. Policies, procedures, practices, our work activities. A lot of our outside of snow and ice control, there's a number of activities that we need to get to that level of service, council approved direction. Because what we're finding today is that where those missing pieces are at level of service is the elected officials and the citizens have an expectation of what they think the level of service should be, but we're only funded for X amount, as you know, Councillor. And we need to put that bar out there. We need to ensure that the public understands, oh, well, that is your mowing standard, that is your mowing practice, this is the level of service in a community neighborhood park. Now we understand. And if we need more or less of that, or we think there's more or less, now we have something we can all look and guide to, not what we can do with the available money we have at that point in time.
So
Congratulations.
aren't we waiting or getting a level of service report of some kind?
We had the level of service for urban forestry, right?
Right.
And the next one is with our parks and open space. So we have, like, when we're talking about level of service, a lot of it is, first of all, we actually need the information for council to say what the expected level of service is. We can provide that level of detail because we need to start measuring ourselves and reporting on that at the annual, like for our community transit performance, as well as our budget process. So right now it's a funded amount. We want to go to approved service level from the elected officials. That drives funding.
So where are we at on that?
Well, it depends. We're taking pieces of it and building those program areas one by one. So, I mean, we have 3 or 4 on the go right now. I can follow up. That's our operational stuff right now.
Okay, so motion for adjournment?
We need a motion to receive that verbal update.
Oh, sorry.
Motion to receive the verbal update? Okay, all in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you.
Question.